to see.
Senator Bebout, nice to see your almost smiling face. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Pretty good.
Good.
Sir, we are live.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I'll call the roll with your direction.
Please.
Representative Kinner.
Here in Sheridan.
Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative Olson. Representative Olson.
He'll be here. He's excused for the moment. He had something this morning.
Representative Schwartz.
Where did he go? Go ahead. Excused.
Representative Summers.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Senator Agar.
Jared just showed up, Don.
Looks like he lost contact. There he is.
Senator Agar.
Excused.
Senator DeRue.
Here.
Senator Hicks.
Excused.
Senator Kinski.
Here.
Co-Chairman Bebout.
Here.
Chairman Nicholas.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Great. Don, just want you to run us through our agenda today, just to kind of bring us back up to speed.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. The first hour and 45 minutes are scheduled for a piece of legislation, the Budgeting and Expenditure Authority. It's LSO 265, and Elizabeth will walk you through that legislation at the appropriate time. You'll recall the Joint Appropriations Committee requested this at the end of their October meeting. I believe it was October 27th. And this legislation provides for a contingent appropriation, changes the definition of emergency, and modifies the B11 process. Following the consideration of that legislation, we have higher education for approximately 2 hours, the Wyoming Community College Commission, and I believe all of the 7 community colleges will also be represented. In the afternoon, we'll start off with the Office of State Lands. There is a change to the agenda because we took up the State Budget Department on Tuesday afternoon. Replacing that slot will be the Board of Equalization. It's a 15-minute presentation. And then following that will be the Department of Insurance. They only have 1 unit with state general funds. And closing out the day will be the University of Wyoming.
So Don, on the community colleges, last time, I think every college president spoke, and what I'm concerned about is if we have a presentation from everybody, that we won't get down into the nitty-gritties. I see Sandy poking up. We're hoping to limit the demo time that each president can speak, other than for specific facts about their and kind of reduce the repetitive nature of their comments. So Sandy, I think that message got passed on, but I just wanted to double check. Okay, and then probably the same towards UW, Don. We want to make sure that we kind of express those concerns to them as well.
I have done so, and I've also indicated that you wanted to discuss their operational budgets, and all capital construction budgets will be addressed on Monday. I believe you'll have 1 or 2 people from the university, and 4 or 5 trustees will be present if there are any questions.
Okay, before we get started, any comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, just one point for Don. Representative Schwartz's internet is down and he'll be joining us by phone. So he will be attending. And then
there he is right there. Yeah.
There he is. Hi, Andy. And then, Mr. Chairman, for you, as Elizabeth takes us through this bill, do you want her to go through the bill and then we come back, or whoever presents that, and then come back and ask questions, or do you want us to tackle that as we go through?
So my preference is that we walk through the entire bill first.
Okay.
I just think people have a better understanding of it as we do that. So
Okay.
we both have Tamara, and I also see Elizabeth and Tamara, both. So, all right. With nothing further, please proceed.
Right, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Tamara Revely. And as Don had said, you'd requested this bill at your October 27th meeting. At that time, Mr. Richards had presented information on the executive branch's interim budget authority. And the committee discussed the B11 process, what constitutes a public welfare or a financial emergency, some information about budget shortfall measures, and contingent appropriations. I think there was a lot of unprecedented events this interim that generated a lot of this discussion. We had, of course, the public health and economic welfare emergencies. We had the $1.25 billion in unanticipated federal funds from the CARES Act. There were the budget reductions that were necessary. There was the lack of a capital construction bill. And all of these things resulted in a review of the existing statutory authority to determine what tools the executive branch had at their disposal to quickly respond and what the legislature's involvement should be. There was just a lot of increased attention to the interim budgeting statutes for the executive. This isn't in response to any kind of misuse of B11 authority that LSO is aware of. It was just all of these things coming together. So at that meeting, the committee requested a really broad concept bill, and LSO worked to get you something, but there's still a lot of policy discussion and choices to make within this bill. The three broad concepts that the bill deals with is a set aside, a specific pool of money for new emergencies that happen during the interim, and then revisions to the existing B11 authority and a specification of what kind of funds should be B11able, should be subject to the change or modification. And finally, an opportunity for the legislature to assist with public funding emergencies and unanticipated federal funds that come in, a role for legislative involvement, if you'd like that in a way. So I'll expand just a little bit more on these three broad subjects before we jump into page 1 of the bill. On the emergency contingent appropriation, that's the first issue we'll deal with within this bill. This bill would automatically reserve and appropriate funds from the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account for public welfare emergencies. So that would just be in statute, a certain amount that you all decide or threshold, and would be available each year for public welfare emergencies that come up during the interim. For small value emergencies, the legislature would just get notification, but for high value emergencies, and that value is not set, there would be a legislative process that would be triggered where a committee would be appointed to help make some recommendations or potentially call a special session if more assistance or legislation was necessary. Then the next concept is changes to the B11 authority, which when I use B11, I am talking about the governor's authority to increase or modify or change existing budgets. And this authority, of course, these forms are used, the B11 forms are used for multiple things, but what I'm really talking about is that authority to, you all pass a budget bill by the legislature, it's enacted into law, and then something happens during the interim where the executive branch needs to change that budget and the amounts appropriated. I'm talking about that change and the authority to do that. And it typically applies to non-general fund sources. There's been a lot of discussion about what is a non-general fund source. And this bill would clarify that it's a special revenue fund, a capital project fund, a debt service fund, or a proprietary type funds. And so that's what funds are subject to B11. What can the governor change? And by clarifying that, we would help clear up questions about that have come up about the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Account, or the LISRA. Those are general fund types by our accounting, the state's accounting and auditor. That's how they classify them. So this would really help specify which funds are actually permissible. We wouldn't have that broad definition of non-general fund and questions of what that was. It would also specify that one of the 4 allowable reasons for a B11 is a public welfare emergency, and we've got a definition of that. It used to be a general standard of emergency financial situation without any definition. This bill would come in and replace that with an emergency, public welfare emergency, and say what that is. It would also add the requirement or condition that B11 authority couldn't be used to increase salaries. Then the next third big category of things that this bill changes is what to do with unbudgeted, generally new or unanticipated federal funds that come in. So what I just talked about dealt with our state funds, but the third concept is federal funds. And if the funds that come in under this bill draft are under 1 million, the governor just transfers them or accepts them and expends them and approves it in writing, as he always does. If it's over 1 million and restricted, such as a specific grant, it provide notice to the legislature, as they do right now. But here's what's new is if the funds are over 1 million and unrestricted, so like the CARES Act funds where they came in and could be spent on a variety of things, or there's no program with an approved budget to add those funds to, we would trigger a legislative committee involvement and an opportunity for the legislature to make recommendations, a committee to make recommendations, or potentially call a special session if more assistance with legislation was needed. Of course, there's still the caveat that if we're in a true emergency and immediate action is necessary, the governor could proceed. There'd be a new requirement as well in this bill draft that if the federal funds require a state match, that needs to be estimated and reported to the committee or to the legislature so they know that these federal funds are going to require a commitment on the legislature and state funding sources' behalf. And then the same requirement that B11 or the increase in federal funds couldn't be used to increase staff salaries. So those are the three broad concepts of this bill. And as we go through it, I think the broad policy questions are as follows. Do you all want legislative involvement or the opportunity to provide assistance during the interim for public welfare emergencies and unanticipated federal funds? What kind of threshold dollar figures do you think should trigger legislative involvement? What funds should be able to be increased or changed during the interim? Which ones are B11able? How much should be available for emergencies? And how much should be available each year generally from expenditure from the LSRA? So those are the concepts. Thanks for allowing me to introduce that. I hope it helps because as we get into the amendments and pages of the bill, it's kind of all mixed together. So with that, I'll jump into page 1. I'm on 21 LSO 0265, working draft 0.5. The first page contains the title. You see that it's specific and that it lists out, it relates to the executive department's acceptance.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman,
you're going to share that with our screen, Tamara?
I can certainly ask Elizabeth if she's able to pull that up in maybe just a moment.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru had a question.
We'll get that up shortly.
Go ahead, Senator Gru.
thank you. Tamara, while we're working on that logistically, does the staff have a recommendation on that threshold?
Legal staff do not. We can ask my colleagues, Mr. Richards and Ms. Martineau, who reviews the B11s as they come in, and see if they've given any thought to that.
I guess to refine a little more, I mean, we know what it is right now. I mean, based on what we have right now, the governor's authority now with general fund dollars, what would be a comparable number to put in there for LSRA dollars as a starting point?
I probably a better question, Don, is explain what happens now and what happens over the last year, just kind of to put all this in context.
Sure, there are several threshold amounts that will require a legislative choice if you wish to proceed with this bill. One of the threshold amounts is the amount of funds that would be available for this public welfare emergency. The bill is drafted such that these budget shortfall measures bill, which was adopted in 2017, would take money from the LSRA along with this public welfare emergency. And we had anticipated that the total would still be within the 5% threshold for both the special, the budget shortfall measures as well as the public welfare, and that the public welfare would be a subset of the 5%, 2%, 1%, something like that. Given the size of the LSRA projected for July 1 of 2021 is $1.5 billion, 5% amounts to $75 million, just to kind of put these things in perspective. So if you wanted, half of that to be available or a third of that, speaking from history, we drew upon, when this was being drafted, the legal staff drew upon prior budget provisions, which were set aside a specific contingency amount. And those amounts were typically either 100 million, and I believe in one year it was $150 million. Of course, recognize that our total budget was substantially higher in 2006 and 2007 when those provisions were appearing at the end of the budget. There's also a second threshold that I think Ms. Reveille will get into, and that is the threshold for oversight. What threshold is appropriate in terms of being able to spend federal funds without the additional legislative review, and I'll defer to her on that. There really is no history on what that amount should be.
Thank you. And thank you, Co-Chair, for helping me frame my question.
Okay, please proceed, Tamara.
I'll go ahead and discuss the title. Okay, now we've got the title in front of you, it looks like. So
I don't see the bill on the screen. Does it was in?
I can see it.
I don't see it.
If you could enlarge it a little, it would help, Tamara. There you go. Oh, bless your heart.
All right, now I see it.
So we've got a specific title for this bill. It takes up a page. It's an act relating to public funds and the administration of government. We amend the executive's authority for acceptance and expenditure of federal funds. We amend the authority for the executive department and requirements for modification to amounts authorized for expenditure under emergency and other circumstances. We specify restrictions on budgeting authority conferred to the executive department, repeal existing emergency expenditure authority, provide for a yearly contingent appropriation, provide for legislative review and action, and create and amend definitions. The staff comment on page 2 kind of goes over what I just briefly introduced in a little bit more detail. There's 5 major points of this bill that are expanded upon. The first is to replace the existing provisions for emergency appropriation to an expenditure by the governor in place of an undefined general fund appropriation to be made by the legislature. This draft provides that continuous contingent appropriation that's just set aside in statute, whether it's 1% or 2% or 3% or 4% or 5% of the LISRA. And this draft adds provisions for legislative input depending on the amount. So under this draft, say the governor wanted to spend all of the contingent appropriation, that might be an opportunity for the legislature to appoint a committee and see if they need to come into special session or make recommendations, or just really give him some backing in the decisions that he might make there. The second is that it modifies provisions governing the acceptance and expenditure of federal funds. The third is that it modifies procedures and limitations on the B11 process itself. And then the fourth is a little bit of a cleanup that while we were in these statutes, thought it would be good to add. I'll point it out when we get there. It accommodates and recognizes in statute the flex provisions historically contained in the general appropriations bill. We have this requirement in statute that the governor can't move any funds, but every year, every biennium in the budget, the legislature grants flex authority to move 5% and 10% between certain budgets and agencies. So that just gives some recognition to that. And then finally, it attempts to better coordinate the existing budgeting laws involving acceptance of federal funds, the B11 process, and the flex authority that's granted to the chief executive. There's some text in this bill you'll notice that isn't amended, and that's just in there for context. Of course, remove that if you move forward with it. The first section is section 1, and it's a create, and this is the new contingent appropriation for public welfare emergencies. We do have a provision in existing law that I don't believe has been used in in my history, or at least not specifically been referenced in the budget bills. And it provides that the legislature shall appropriate money from the general fund of the government for emergency use. And the text of that law is actually in the repeal section, because we're getting rid of that on page 28. But it was, I think, originally passed in the 70s, and I'm not sure how much it's been utilized over the years. But it would require the legislature to make an affirmative appropriation every year. And it would be used for emergencies. There's a definition of what emergencies are under existing law. So we've used that provision, that definition of emergencies, to build upon and include it in this, recreate it in this bill draft. So this bill draft would replace that undetermined general fund appropriation with a definitive amount from the LISRA and a percentage.
Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just, Tamara, as we go through this bill, if you would kind of, and you kind of are starting to, but if you kind of highlight what we do now and how this changes, particularly public welfare emergencies, the definition of that, which is, I think, a financial emergency. And as you kind of go through this, just make sure you show those contrasts. And so I understand. And whether it's more restrictive or broad than current statute is today with respect to authorities. Thank you.
Representative Summers, certainly that's a good point. Thank you.
So I'm going to backtrack on what I said about going through the whole bill, because I think it'll be helpful if we kind of ask questions as we go. Tamara, and my first question is, explain to me why we need to do an annual contingent appropriation from the LISRA. What's the thought process of just making the LISRA available up to a certain amount? Or, and why, what happens in 3 years if the LISRA is empty? Then there are contingent backup for that.
Mr. Chairman, I believe this was just what was discussed a bit in October, on October 27th. And what fund you choose to fund that from is up to you. There was no particular reason except that the LISRA is the legislature's current main rainy day fund. I think the thought process in making it a set aside in statute rather than a request every year through the budget is that we've had provisions on the books for emergencies and for budget shortfall measures, and they require action by the legislature every year and by the governor in requesting those in his budget, and simply they haven't been done. We haven't made contingent appropriations under the budget shortfall measures ever, and it's a short existence. And as far as the emergency appropriation is, that just hadn't been done. So this was a way to just put it in statute and make sure it's available if it's really necessary, but not be reminded when we have years and years of good periods without needing this kind of an emergency. If the LISRA has no funding, then there is no funding made for this contingent appropriation.
And so just so I understand, what you're saying is there have been situations where there were statutory provisions, but they weren't really followed. When you say it hasn't been done, can you be specific about what you're referring to so I understand?
Sure, I'll use two examples, and you can see the first on page 28. It's stricken text, and this provision 94209 said that the legislature shall appropriate money from the general fund for uses hereinafter provided, and the money would be available to meet emergency and unanticipated requirements. And we have a definition of what an emergency is and how agencies would request that money. To my knowledge, that statute it's permissive. It doesn't say how much the legislature shall appropriate, and it had not been included in recent years, at least, to make those specific general. I think we've had some emergency appropriations, but not this general emergency appropriation under 94209. The others are budget shortfall measures. Statute provided for a contingent appropriation upon the governor's request that would be included in generally the appropriations bill. And it could be used with after a certain process was triggered and under certain definitions of a budget deficit. but the legislature didn't, and the governor in prior years didn't choose to request that contingent appropriation. I see my colleague, Mr. Richards, has jumped on too. He might have some to add.
So in general, we had the statute on page 28 available, but it wasn't used. Is that right?
That's right.
And even though it's there and the governor could have implemented it and asked the legislature, he did not do that. Is that also accurate?
That's right. To my knowledge, no governor has asked for an appropriation under this statute in recent years.
And so part of what we're doing is saying, we're going to tighten up that statute, replace it, but we want the governor to ask in these situations. So we're basically making a stronger statute to implement the concept of this statute and whatever we add to it. Is that fair?
Mr. Chairman, I think you're doing the latter. You're making the statute stronger, better clarifying what is a public welfare emergency, but you're taking away the provision that it be appropriated or asked. This money would just automatically be appropriated if you move forward with the language that's created on page 1 in 9.1.10.14.3. It's just a set aside every year, every fiscal year, a certain percentage of the LISRA is appropriated and is available. And then it reverts at the end of the year, so it's not pulling up over time, but it would require absolutely no more action. It would just stand there and be available if needed.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. But Tamara, to your point, it's there as an automatic part of a cumulative 5% available for general fund use. But as we get into the bill, we find some governing language that tells how and what can be done with or without legislative approval. Is that fair?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that's correct. And there's thresholds for you to choose to determine if you want to come in and have a select committee be involved in use of this contingent appropriation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll just jump into the bottom of page 3, the creation of this new statute that borrows language from existing statute on the definition of emergency. So on the first day of each fiscal year, there's appropriated from the LSRA a contingent appropriation in an amount equal to X%. And you'd fill that in if you want to move forward with this concept. Or you could do a specific dollar number on page 4. And this is going to fit in with our general authority for budget shortfall measures, contingent appropriations, that whatever percentage you choose, if you don't amend existing law, will work against that. It will count. If you pick 2%, the total is 5% for expenditures from the LISRA, so there's only 3% left. So on. So the appropriation may be allocated by the governor, expended by the governor for public welfare emergencies as defined by 9/2/1002 A25, and that's on page, let's see, I believe 10. And we might as well jump to page 10 and talk about what constitutes a public welfare emergency. So this is a new definition that's built upon from the existing definition. And I would say it is more restrictive in some ways than the current definition, in that it's more defined, but it brings in an economic piece as well. So a public welfare emergency means a sudden financial calamity or other occurrence which was not foreseeable or predictable at the time that the budget was prepared and adopted. Immediately preceding whatever the emergency is, demands immediate action to ensure the proper functioning of state government or protect the health, safety, or welfare or economic well-being of the public against the loss of essential public services. And that economic well-being is new to this definition. The existing one didn't have that. And then finally, it's an emergency for which other funds are not available for expenditure, or if there are, they're insufficient to meet the needs of the emergency.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Tamara, I guess this is this is just my poor reading of this. But financial calamity, even though it's not defined, it's clearly the state has a financial challenge. We haven't really defined that, but we say calamity, so it means something more than just we're short a dollar. So it
Yes,
seems to me like we're broadening this by adding an or, and or what was not foreseeable or predictable at the time of preparation. Well, that's a lot of stuff. I think A, big B, big C broaden this statute immensely, in my opinion. But I'm asking you as the lawyer to tell me where I'm wrong.
so this definition, Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, is going to replace two existing concepts in law. The first is this new emergency appropriation, and it's very similar to the language on page 28, but you're right. It brings in a financial calamity or other occurrence, and that other occurrence includes the economic well-being. And so that's a broadening of emergency, replacing the statute that wasn't used. The second purpose for this definition is in the B11 authority, when we're talking about the governor changing or revising interim budgets for non-general fund sources. And that current language is just a undefined emergency financial situation. And now we are replacing emergency financial situation with public welfare emergency, which includes a financial calamity or other occurrence, which is a public welfare emergency. And so I think it is a little bit subjective as to whether it increases it or decreases it, but it definitely adds more definition than is currently in statute, other than just, in the governor's opinion, an emergency financial situation. So if we jump back on the bill, back to page 4. And maybe scroll up a little bit. So a portion of the LISR each year could be expended and will be set aside to be expended on a public welfare emergency. And these would be the steps in subsection B that the executive would need to take in order to utilize this set aside of funds. The first is to notify the legislature if total expenditures from the appropriation for the public welfare emergency are anticipated to be less than X. You have a low value public welfare emergency and you just want to give authority and go ahead to expend it. That first paragraph would take care of it. Second, if the total expenditures from the appropriation are anticipated to be greater than some threshold, the governor would request the management council to appoint a select committee to meet, receive information, and provide its recommendation to the governor as specified. The committee should be called within 10 days after the council has received the request, and they choose one of 3 actions. On page 5, they'd either recommend the expenditure as suggested by the governor, they'd recommend a modification to the expenditure as suggested by the governor, or recommend that the legislature convene in a legislative session and that no action be taken until there's an opportunity for that. That opportunity would expire 40 days after the initial request, so it'd still be time barred. That's the legislature's involvement, and this process is created for an emergency, a public welfare emergency. It's also created later in this bill for high value, unanticipated federal funds that come in.
Mr. Chairman. Hello, Bob. Okay. Tamara, if I could, I'd like to go back to there on page 5 where it talks about the recommendations made by this committee, so that there's 3 options. They can approve it, they can modify it, or they can that it has to come back before the legislature. That would include a special session, perhaps in the case of some like the CARES deal, we could call a special session. what I'm not clear in this is then the governor can't expend those funds until at least 40 days after he's submitted his requests. So does that, there's not a component there that says, well, first off, I don't know what the council is. Is the council the legislature? What is that?
The management council.
Okay, the management council. So if they do not, if he can still move forward, there's not a restriction here that he can still move forward and with 40 days after his the council has had that request, he can move forward and do that. Is that correct?
That's right, Representative Larson. That's how this is drafted. It would be a certain amount of time given the legislature to convene and meet, but absent any action wouldn't hold things up.
Okay, but then if action was taken, then he'd have to comply with that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yeah, this bill assumes that the legislature would come in and appropriate funds or create a program or other law to address whatever that emergency was that would supersede the governor's authority. And maybe they'd use the existing funds from the contingent appropriation, or maybe they'd have a different funding source.
Thank you, Tamara.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so Tamara, on me, what I read here is it's strictly a recommendation. So there's nothing that stops the governor from doing a lot because it's simply a recommendation. Is that correct?
Representative Summers, that's correct.
And then my other question is can you build into law? I know we have certain things, but can you build into law that a special session will be called? So for example, if we want a pot of money to be spent, whether that's federal or whether that's a state pot, could we say, Governor, before you can expend that pot of money, a legislative session would have to be held, whether that's special or regular? Can we do something like that? Is that legal?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I think you can condition the expenditure of funds on a session happening. I don't think you can, by statute, call a special session or trigger one to be called. I think you need to follow the constitutional provisions, which would be upon the governor's call or the call of the legislators themselves, and we cannot force legislators to call that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
And I think I just want to have a little more discussion on the structure of this, Tamara. So we're saying that the management council and this select committee that is appointed by management council can only give a recommendation to the governor. They're not given authority to say yay or nay. That authority would still lie if that wasn't if there was concern. The ability to deny the governor any action would take the full legislature. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that's correct. And I can give some background as to why it's structured that way if you're interested.
Please.
In general, the LSO has always been cautious about our delegation of authority to independent subsections of the legislature. Under the Constitution, the legislature is the only authority to make appropriations, and that's the entire legislative body. And so LSO has always recommended caution against giving a subset of the legislature, which is leadership or specific committee, the authority to approve or deny appropriations in the interim. And so that's just the recommendation. That's why it's written as a recommendation rather than an affirmative approval. We would be reserving to that specific subset authority to say yes or no to appropriations when that's really the purview of the entire legislative body under the Constitution.
Clark?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Volley, thank you. So let's play out the scenario where there's an emergency declared, management council gets together and says, gosh, we don't like this very much, what the governor wants to do with this money, calls a special session. But at that special session, even, the legislature on its own would not be able to stop this appropriation, right? Because that would be a legislative veto, which would be itself unconstitutional, right?
Mr. Chairman, I think that one legislature cannot bind a future. So by passing this law, you cannot bind the next special session legislature that convenes from stopping the appropriation. This is specifically contemplated that the committee might make a recommendation that a special session be convened and that the legislature come into full session. And that at that time, they could come in and repeal this entire statute and put on the books, Governor, you shall not expend any funds for this emergency.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Go ahead.
But to repeal the entire statute requires presentment to the governor for his signature and possible veto, right? So the only way to really repeal the statute, if the governor was really at loggerheads with the legislature, would be by a 2/3 veto override of the whole statute, right?
That's right, Mr. Chairman. The legislature would come in and take some action to nullify whatever was going to happen by the governor with this contingent appropriation, and it would be a law, and it would be subject to the veto by the governor and veto override by 2/3 of the legislature.
So, Mr. Co-Chair,
Go ahead.
so Tamara, kind of expand upon that scenario. So let's assume that the scenario that Representative Stith had proposed, that the management council decides they didn't like it. Governor decided to go ahead and expend those funds. The legislature called themselves into special session. Even under that provision, we could not claw those funds back. That would be ex post facto, would it not? To go back and say, well, he spent $100 or $300 million based on this. We disagreed with it and called ourselves into special session. That money's gone. We can't claw it back. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I don't believe that the statute is written. In fact, I think it's written to prohibit that. We say in subsection B, prior to the expenditure of the condition appropriation, the following shall be met. And so we set aside this money and then hold it up until these certain conditions are met. And those conditions are notification or select committee being called or legislative session having been convened. And so the governor cannot take any action until all of those conditions are met. So if the select committee recommends that a special session be called, the governor cannot expend that appropriation until at least 40 days has passed.
But Tamara, Mr. Chairman, if I follow up, the way I read that, it's the governor that requests all this stuff. So, what would happen if he just determined, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, but the way I read it, the governor would request all this process to start. But does he have to request that before he would expend the money?
Mr. Chairman, if the amount was over a certain X that's on page 495, he would have to request that. Otherwise, he just cannot, by law, proceed, and the auditor should not draw a warrant because it's unlawful.
Okay, thank you.
So what happens if there's a volcano or a major earthquake? And he needs to take immediate action. Does this prohibit him from doing anything?
If he needs to expend the entire X amount, then there is that 10-day requirement. The committee would need to meet as soon as feasible within 10 days and recommend approval if they think that volcano needs to be addressed with this contingent appropriation.
Further questions? Please.
Mr. Chairman.
Wait, there's Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you kind of just explain the thought process of having management council appoint the select committee rather than legislative leadership that we all elected, what the contemplation there is, and then how actually this would work, because with the ability to call ourselves into a special session or our presiding officers having the ability to do that, are we adding one more step and making it a little more cumbersome? And maybe I'm reading that wrong, but could you just elaborate on those things for me and clarify? Thank you.
Under assignments, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I think the thought process in having the management appoint this committee was to tie this into existing statute. It's on page 27 and it's 28.8.104, and it just has already, statutes have already conferred upon management council the authority to appoint joint interim committees. And that's a process that the legislature is familiar with, and we've written it into our policy manuals to make sure that those members get paid, and kind of an existing process to just tack on to. It would be a 7-member committee and would be for either of these situations. I think that was the first part of your question. Can you remind me if there was a second part?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Tamara, how are we inserting an extra step in the process of calling ourselves into a special session if we would need to and want to as the legislature? Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, Senator Simons, I don't think this would in any way prohibit the legislature from acting immediately. This would only be triggered if the use of the contingent appropriation was requested. So if this was such an emergency that whether or not these funds were at issue, the legislature would still have complete authority to call themselves into session and deal with the emergency in any other way they see fit. I think that you're right that, or you might be leading that management council has to meet to then appoint a committee, and that does take another vote in either another public meeting or an email ballot versus our leadership appointments that are made by a Senate president and the Speaker of the House.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
just clarify for me, Tamara, isn't management council elected by the bodies?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, the management council is appointed, as our other committees are, by leadership. And statute does specify who shall comprise that membership, and you're right, it is identified by certain positions that are elected by both the bodies.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Reveley, going back to Senator Hicks as well as Representative Stith's question, the governor shall not expend the funds, but then if you go to subsection C, or until the legislature recommends something, the subcommittee of the legislature recommends yes, no, or we need a special session. But if the governor says he has notified the legislature and the legislative subcommittee says no, can the governor still proceed because he has met the requirement of notifying the legislature and whatnot? I guess I'm still feel like the governor has a little more of the upper hand in this situation. So more explaining for me to better grasp this concept.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, I think you understand it as it's drafted. If the funds are over a certain amount and a committee is convened, requested and called, and they recommend no action be taken, the governor has satisfied the requirements that are outlined in statute and could continue to expend the funds. Now, I think the bill assumes that the legislature would call a special session to address the emergency or deny authority to address the emergency to the governor if that were the case. But if they just said no and did absolutely nothing, they didn't have the votes to call a special session, then the governor could proceed to expend that whatever threshold amount you determine is appropriate if you move forward with this.
So let's go back.
Thank you.
What happens now, Tamara or Don, when there's an emergency? What does the governor do, and what authority does he have? So how does this? Let's just compare what exists and what this says.
Mr. Chairman, right now, and that was what kind of triggered this conversation on October 27th. There's the authority that's granted in each year's budget bills, whether it's an emergency appropriation for something foreseeable, like something that would happen at the state pen or Title 27. There's been some emergency appropriations like that that are specifically contemplated by the legislature and funds set aside. So there might be whatever's in existing budget bills. There's also B11 authority, which was raised this interim and kind of generated this conversation of a tool that's efficient at addressing emergencies. Is it too restrictive? Is it not restrictive enough? And I think those are really the two big ways that the governor during the interim has authority to deal with unforeseen circumstances. Maybe my colleague, Mr. Richards, can name some other options.
Don?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I believe that Tamara mentions the tools available. I think that the two previous experiences might be illustrative of the situation the state occasionally finds itself in. And that is both of these significant economic downturns have occurred in the final months of a biennium. So the pandemic initiated in, say, April of 2020, which was 3 months from the end of that biennium. And then the fossil fuel coal decline also occurred in April of 2016, approximately 3 months prior to the end of that biennium. The governor's ability to B11 money in the last 3 months is severely limited because the funds have been expended in the prior 21 months. There's no money to, or there's limited money to capture from the Department of Health or the Department of Corrections, which are large budgets available to the governor. If it would have happened in an odd number year, the governor would have the judgment call to make to see whether or not taking hypothetically $20 million from the Department of Health, he is at some risk as to whether or not the legislature would see the purposes for which he expended those funds to justify replenishment at the next legislative session. So if it's an odd numbered year, he can weigh the benefits versus the costs and the likelihood of the legislature and probably reach out for advice as to, hey, this is a considerable damage to the town of Wright from a tornado, for example. I would like to B11 funds, use funds initially intended for the Department of Corrections to provide some immediate emergency services. Would you restore those funds at your next opportunity and kind of have those informal conversations? At the end of a even numbered year, most of those funds and ability to expend have been removed. Now, fortunately, the federal government provided enormous resources in 2020 to address the pandemic. In 2016, that was not the case.
So Don, take this instance, for example. As I understand it, the COVID dollars and the way that that legislation was drafted gave authority to the chief executive to kind of direct those funds. And we interceded saying that's our priority or our responsibility rather than the governor's. So how does that type of situation affected by this draft?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe Tamara is at that provision, but there's actually a clarifying provision in this draft, and I'll let her describe it. But several legislatures across the state have had disputes with the chief executive as to the authority to expend unspecified federal funds. And there's some language, and I'll let Tamara point that out, that delineates federal funds explicitly appropriated by Congress for an intended purpose versus discretionary funds, similar to the CARES Act funds or the ARA funds that are available. And the draft before you kind of bifurcates those two situations, or at least mentions the federal funds appropriated for a specific purpose.
Okay. Questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Tamara, I want to kind of go back to the special session constitutional stuff. So we can't put in statute that a special session is called,
Come in.
but could we put in statute that before the governor could expend, he has to call a special session? In other words, we're not saying that one is called, we're just saying, Governor, if you want to expend this money. So I kind of look at it, you did create two buckets. You created a small bucket of money for small emergencies. That's a flood or something. And then you got a big bucket for what's a major emergency. So can we condition the spend on that big pot of money or on those federal dollars that are unspecified? Could we require the governor to call a special session in order to expend those?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, yes, I think you could amend subparagraph C on page 5. Right now, it's just a requirement that that if 40 days has passed, the expenditure authority is allowed for. I think you could amend that 40-day requirement out of the bill and simply leave it as, or amend it to be the requirement that a legislative special session has been convened. And that's vague as to whether the legislature calls it or the governor calls it. Either could satisfy that criteria, but you could hold up this appropriation and expenditure authority of it until a special session has been convened.
Thank you.
So Tamara, Mr. Co-Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
So looking at that section, if we did that, we'd want to modify that language and say the expenditure not occur until the legislative session has been convened. Really what we want in there until we would want to say until the legislative session is convened and those funds have been appropriated. Just because we've convened ourselves doesn't give him the authority to expend those. I think we need to make sure that that's pretty tight, that we appropriate those funds, not that we just convened a special session.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that would make sense if you want to condition it upon affirmative legislative approval, not have a default position of it. Well, at least you came in and you thought about it.
Yeah, I think that's essential.
Go ahead. Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Volley, if you did what Senator Hicks was suggesting, don't you create the problem of an unconstitutional legislative veto?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, I think that the way I perceive this to have been written is it's as a contingent appropriation. And so the authority to actually expend the funds is contingent. It's not actually granted until certain criteria is met. And so perhaps if I understand your question, I think if the authority were completely granted for this appropriation and the legislature tried to come back and undo what was already granted, that does seem problematic, but it's been drafted as a contingent appropriation that needs to have certain criteria to have been met to be lawful and authorized.
Okay, go ahead.
So on the bottom of page 5, this subsection C is in existing law. It's pulled over and recreated. That just specifies the agency's ability to request funding from this contingent appropriation. And again, the same process would all be in. It's just the process for how an agency goes about letting the governor know there's something that needs to be addressed. On page 6 is a new requirement. And this requirement is that no expenditures would be made, or I'm sorry, that expenditures would be made through a program with approved budget, but expenditures would not need to be limited to the purposes of the program with the approved budget. So this is trying to say that the money would be expended by an existing agency an existing program with an approved budget, for example, the Department of Health, the Aging Division. There would be some program with an approved budget that would be the administrating authority, but there generally need not be authority in existing statute for the purposes of the program. We don't have a volcano response team right now. We'd find an agency to deal with volcano response at that time. And it also specifies that no amount allocated to be expended pursuant to this section shall increase the standard budget for any program for the subsequent fiscal biennium. So use of a contingent appropriation doesn't become part of the standard budget. And finally, expenditures pursuant to this section shall not be subject to the provisions of 9.10.14.2, which are the budget shortfall measures. So this contemplates that we could have an emergency, but not necessarily have a budget shortfall. That's the new law. And I'm glad we went through it in detail because we're going to reuse the definition of public welfare emergency and the committee appointment and convening process. On page 7, we begin the amends of existing law. And the first amendment is on page 8, and it's a conforming amendment to the definition of standard budget, and specifies that the standard budget is reduced by contingent appropriation. We point to 9.2.10.14.2, which is our contingent appropriation for budget shortfall measures. And the new provision is added, 9.2.10.14.3, the contingent welfare public emergency appropriation. Same thing, the middle of
Mr.
page.
Chairman?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And just kind of go over the budget so point 2 is the budget shortfall measures. Just remind me, please, again, what that is. And I remember that's when they can, is that when the amount of the bra can be used, or go ahead and just remind me of that.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I haven't been through the process, and neither have you all, because I don't believe it's been used, but it's similar in ways. It's from the LISRA. It's not a continuous appropriation. The governor needs to request it in his biennial budget. And then if a budget deficit, as is defined by statute, a certain threshold amount based on correct projections, if a budget deficit exists, then certain provisions can be made where there's a process, the budget identifies cuts to be made. The Joint Appropriations Committee is brought in and given some oversight and recommendation authority. And then if all the conditions are met and budgets are reduced, the use of a contingent appropriation is authorized. But that contingent appropriation needs to be requested by the governor and affirmatively appropriated each fiscal biennium.
So Mr. Chairman, so Tamara, is this the like 108 that can be profiled if certain conditions are met? And what exactly, I can't remember, what exactly are those conditions? So he can profile a little bit of LISRA if certain conditions are met, and I can't remember the conditions.
I might toss that to Mr. Richards if he recalls on how that fits in with the profile. And I'll pull up the statute at the same time. And he might have had to jump off for just a minute. So we'll get back to him on how the budget shortfall measures contingent appropriation fits in with the legislative profile. But the conditions are in 9.2.10.14.2 subsection B. And before the governor may reduce agency budgets as authorized, there's certain actions that need to be taken. The governor needs to notify the chairman of the Joint Appropriations Committee, the Management Council, and the chairman of CREG about the proposed expenditure reductions and how that fits in with the latest official revenue forecast. The Management Council would need to forward to the legislature the proposals and recommendations of the governors and assign review and proposals and recommendations to various standing committees. The Joint Appropriations Committee would have a role in determining the recommended use of a contingent appropriation. And there are certain criteria they would need to consider. And then finally, the Joint Appropriations Committee would submit its recommendations to the governor within 30 days. And all of that would be conditions necessary to allow the governor to expend an appropriated contingent appropriation, because this contingent appropriation and for budget shortfall measures has not been a set aside. It's contemplated to come from LISRA and be not more than 5%, but it's not been set aside in statute. It needs to be requested and appropriated. And I think
Go ahead.
can add.
Mr. Chairman, apologies for the delay. I think the distinguishing feature is twofold. Number one, the budget shortfall measures requires an affirmative action of the legislature to appropriate that contingent appropriation, as opposed to the draft before you, which provides an ongoing continuous appropriation from the LSRA. So that's the first distinction between these two plans. The second is the budget shortfall measures. After that contingent appropriation is made, there is no formal structure for the legislature to engage in reducing or eliminating that appropriation. The governor has to proceed through the provisions that Tamara illustrated or documented here, but there is no secondary opportunity for the legislature to come to session, unlike the bill before you. So I view those as the two distinguishing features.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on that. So Dawn, I'm just trying to get all this in my head. So, but he could profile it in his budget. Is that right on that contingency? We make an affirmative decision, but it's the one time that he can profile some LISRA money. Is that my recollection, or is that wrong?
Mr. Chairman, he can specifically request that, yes.
We jump back to page 8. We have some conforming amendments to bring in the new emergency welfare contingent appropriation and clarify the existing budget measures contingent appropriation. And then the remainder of page 8 brings in definitions from existing statute. These definitions are within 9.2.1005, and we're moving them into the definition section so that way they can be used by the whole article. And we have the existing definition of approved budget on the bottom of page 8. It's used several times in the B11 statutes and other provisions, and it's just recreated. It's an agency's request for an appropriation for a program for which an appropriation is made in whole or in part, or the governor's recommended appropriation for an agency program. It's developed under the budgeting provisions for which an appropriation is made, or it's a budget for a program that's developed by the state budget department and approved by the governor for appropriations for which no budget request was submitted. Program means that line item within a general appropriation act of the legislature as so designated. And then a new appropriation that we've already discussed, the new emergency funding provision, is created, and it's used in 2 places. It's has that financial component and the economic well-being component, as well as the public welfare component. And again, I think this definition is broad, but in trade-off for the broadness of this definition, there is the role for legislative involvement if new emergency expenditure is granted, and also more specificity about what constitutes an emergency. So we can go through the definition again. It's public welfare emergency, means a sudden financial calamity or other occurrence.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Tamara, I know, just a question. The financial calamity remains, and it remains, does it remain undefined? Was it ever defined in law? Or, and I guess if you didn't define financial calamity, because that seems to be the biggest, I guess, that seems to be one of the most unqualified pieces of the current statute to a degree. What was the decision to to leave that alone undefined. You don't even make a recommendation on it. So curiosity, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I think you're raising a good point in that financial calamity is not defined, just like emergency financial situation is not defined. And so perhaps we're replacing one undefined financial situation with another undefined financial calamity. And there might be ways to tighten that up. And you might consider whether that is creating too broad of a definition for the purposes of this bill.
Mr. Chairman,
Please, Mr. President.
thank you. I mean, going along that, I mean, the other two things is, I think following up on that point is, what would be the difference between those two, between a financial calamity and the other, the financial, I can't remember the other term, those two undefined terms, because anybody who would look at this obviously would say, well, those have to mean two different things. Otherwise the legislature would have used the same words if they were to mean the same thing. So we actually end up, now we have two undefined terms that kind of sort of mean the same thing, but one, they must vary at least in degree, one from another. And it just seems to me that we've, I mean, I guess one man's or one woman's financial calamity is another one's, you know, bumping the budget. So I don't know. I think that puts it all at, I think that all puts it on the doorstep of the Supreme Court at some point.
I think we want to look at, Mr. Chairman, the language on page 10, line 20. We have public or welfare emergency means a sudden financial calamity or other occurrence which. And as drafted, I believe that the subsections were intended to, the subparagraphs A, B, and C were intended to modify and explain what a financial calamity was. So it would have to meet both criteria, but that or, I understand, is raising questions. That means a sudden financial calamity or other occurrence which, and you're interpreting A, B, and C to define the other occurrence. So with some drafting, we could clean that up. Public welfare emergency means an occurrence which A, B, and C, or you could simply do means a sudden financial calamity which, and get rid of or other occurrence. I think that how it's being read today is maybe not as was intended when drafting it, which would be these conditions needed to modify the financial calamity and explain A, B, and C need to be met for there to be a financial calamity. And it is an and. It was intended that all of these conditions needed to exist in order for it to be a public welfare emergency.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So looking at A, B, and C on the bottom of 10 across the top of 11. I mean, if we, I'm looking at this and just kind of running it through the facts that we had at the end of the last session. You know, prior to, we didn't know the CARES Act money was coming, but we certainly knew that there was a pandemic that was on the way. I mean, we all left here knowing that the budget we just passed, we all left China knowing the budget we just passed wasn't going to be worth the paper it was printed on. And so when I look at these under A, the financial calamity was certainly, I think was certainly arguable. And we probably, to me, it was, we knew something bad was coming, that it was foreseeable or predictable at the time we adopted the budget. So under the circumstances we've just gone through, A would be satisfied. B, I think everybody knew B would be satisfied. We ended up having a special session to do that. And then C, further, which other funds are not available or insufficient to meet the needs of the emergency. So when I read that, I mean, we had, you know, the governor did a great job when we all got on the same page and he called us in. But, you know, the governor, and not just our governor, but other governors actually completely bypassed the CARES Act from their legislatures. There were numerous legislators around the state that never got to weigh in on the use and expenditure of the CARES Act money. And as I go through the bottom of page 10 and top of page 11, it would seem to me that we would find ourselves in a situation where I think it might be even fairly clear that the governor would have been able to spend CARES Act money, $1.25 billion with no input from the legislature. As I read that and apply those facts. And so, Mr. Chairman, I understand what it says, and maybe that's what we want to do, but in just kind of putting that against the facts that we just went through, I think this may potentially weaken the ability of the legislature, as is written, to oversee these types of emergencies, particularly if there are significant federal aid being dispersed to the state or states.
Tamara?
Mr. Chairman, I think these are great points to discuss and policy decisions to be made. Whether you want to include a new definition of public welfare emergency and what the trade-offs are. I think the criteria in general is recreated from the existing law and certainly can be changed, especially that part about whether other money is available or insufficient. I think you need to remember that there is a trade-off with the two places this public welfare emergency is being used. The first is for a new pot of money that's set aside in the create section that we just talked about. And then it's also replacing the existing B11 authority, the authority of the governor to modify existing budgets for a public welfare emergency. And that's where this definition is used. But it's not changing the ability of the governor to use unanticipated federal funds. That's a third piece we haven't talked about yet. It's bringing in some legislative involvement for certain high thresholds of unanticipated federal funds.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Mr. Vice Chair.
The way I read this is one of the issues that I'm kind of trying to grapple with is when we use the public welfare emergency definition and it says financial calamity, is that financial calamity associated with government budgets or the private sector? And then when we go on down to subsection B and it talks about the economic well-being of the public, I come back and say, well, that ties back to the financial calamity. Is this the financial calamity because state government lacks sufficient dollars, or is it a financial calamity? Quite frankly, I've always wondered about the question of who is the public? So is that a sector of the public? Is that the energy sector has a financial collapse? The agricultural sector of the public, the tourism and hospitality sector of the public has a financial collapse. I just think this is so overly broad that it gives me pause for concern is with the financial calamity. And then it comes back. I'm wondering what the role of government is when there's a financial calamity and the private sector. So I understand what we're trying to get to. I'm just grappling with the idea of this is so innately broad. It scares the kind of crap out of me from a standpoint that I can read into this thing just about anything I want to read into, which would constitute to trigger a public welfare emergency. So, and I wonder about the proper role of government. If it's an economic well-being of the public, I'm not sure that's a primary function that government should be meddling in. But that's just my thoughts. Tamara, I appreciate the hard work you put into this, but I just have some concerns with this. Can you address any of those, Tamara, from a perspective of how that would actually happen?
Chairman, I won't try to justify the definition. It was taken from existing statute with the addition of those terms, financial calamity and economic well-being. And those were taken from the JAC's conversation on October 27th, the pieces that you all discussed. And it wasn't one unified voice, of course, there's a lot of different input. And so these were just kind of a bunch of ideas that were brought together with the use of existing statute And maybe the reason that 94209 has not been used by the legislature is because other legislators and legislatures have felt, as you articulate, that this definition of an emergency is not an appropriate role. Just simply policy decisions for you all to consider.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So Tamara, I'd like to kind of go back to President Perkins' comments and also Representative Hicks and have you clarify my understanding. So on page 10, we're creating the definition for a public emergency, and it may need some tweaking, but we're addressing what that definition is, just so that we can have something to reference and make our decisions on. We're putting in place the ability for the governor to have a known amount of emergency funds available, but there are conditions that govern how he can expend them. And one of them may be that we have a special session, but there's a process based on the limits that we put in place. I believe you have those in place. What we will get to, I think, is that we receive a lot of federal funds now that are designated, for example, Medicaid, or a lot of other federal dollars that have a specific purpose, and we appropriate those as needed. But when we get funds like the CARES dollars, they were discretionary and they were not appropriated. And so what we're saying as we get in here further, that federal funds that come to us that are not designated, like Medicaid dollars or some of these other funds that we TANF dollars, that then the governor doesn't have the ability to be levying those. He can't just take those undesignated dollars and spend them. We have to be part of that, I believe. And then an example, and help me to understand. So my question is, and I know that you'll get to this, but am I understanding roughly how this plays out? And then to talk about the economic well-being and the role of government, we just participated in that over the last 9 months when we received these federal dollars, created a program through the Business Council and provided grants for private businesses, small and large, across the state for their economic well-being. So there is a time in emergency situations that I think may present themselves where we do have a role at the state level to be involved in providing that economic well-being. And I think that you kind of get to how those funds are used later on. Is that fair?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that's right. We will talk about what happens with unanticipated federal funds, and there need not be a public welfare emergency for the expenditure of unanticipated federal funds. There would be a new role for the legislature to play if you choose to create that statute. All we're doing with the public welfare emergency is creating another tool in the tool belt of what can be done during the interim to address situations. And so that's just another tool, another pot of money that can be used without legislative involvement, or with legislative involvement if it's a certain amount, which is distinct from what to do with federal funds that are unanticipated or those that are restricted. That's also specified, that we'll get into in just a minute.
Okay, please proceed.
So moving past the definition of public welfare emergency on to page 11, we get into the B11 changes. And I realize that the B11 form is used to show the acceptance of federal funds, and it's also used for a lot of reasons to show the paper trail of how fund movement happens for flex authority and for other things. But in general, in this bill draft, when we look at B11, we're now just going to be talking about some specific non-general fund sources. The B3 process will be where we talk about the unanticipated federal funds. So the first change to 921005A3 is a conforming amendment to clarify and bring in the when funds may be paid. and that it includes this new process for the adjustments to appropriations. They're authorized under the budget shortfall measures or other law. And this other law is what we're talking about, contingent appropriations, so conforming amendment there. Similarly, conforming amendment on the bottom of page 12, or on the top of page 12, as we rearrange some subsections and clarify some new paragraphs. Then this change on page 12 is really one of the most major parts of this bill. It is the B11 authority as it exists, the authority for the governor after the legislature passes a budget and he signs it, the authority during the interim for the executive to revise, change, even increase the amounts that are appropriated in the Legislative Appropriation Act from non-general fund sources, and the reasons for which the governor may do so. Non-general fund sources is not defined in existing law, and so this bill clarifies what is a non-general fund source. And you might think of that as other funds, anything that's not the general fund. But as we got more into the definitions and we received information from the auditor's office regarding how funds are classified and accounted for through standard practice and through Wyoming statute, we found that there's definitions in 94204T that define the types of funds that should exist. And the ones that are not general funds are those that are listed. So there's the special revenue funds, it's like an agency's special revenue, their fee collection, capital project funds. Those are funds specifically designated by the legislature to be used for capital construction and projects, debt service funds, and proprietary fund types. So this change is clarifying what is a non-general fund source. There's been a lot of questions. Is it the LISRA? Is it the reserve funds for the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund? Is it capital construction funds? So this just attempts to use existing statute to better clarify what is meant by non-general fund sources. And you'll notice that it doesn't include federal funds. Federal funds are going to be addressed next in B3 and through other provisions. So this tightens up those definitions. And I think in a way it's more restrictive. Perhaps if a court were to interpret it, this might have been the definition that they came to anyway, but as it was drafted and as it's been used over the years, I know there's been a lot of questions about what is a non-general fund source. So by identifying the only four types of funds that are non-general fund source, this is a more restrictive definition that's attempted to be clarifying. So the governor can authorize, change, revise a budget if it's from one of those fund sources, if in his opinion, we strike an emergency financial situation and replace it with a public welfare emergency. That's the definition that was just discussed. So if that criteria is satisfied, if there's a public welfare emergency, or that general fund appropriations can be conserved, or the agency program requirements have significantly changed, or finally the unanticipated revenues from the fund sources that are just named become available and qualify. So that would be tightening up and revising the B11 authority and clarifying when it may be used for changing and increasing generally an agency's budget.
Mr. Chairman. Representative Schwartz.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Tamara, I'm not quite sure what I just heard you say. So in lines 11 through 13, we're defining what those non-general funds were, but I thought I heard you say there were other funds not included in that definition. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, what you think about as other funds and what's defined in the budget bill as other funds includes all of those special revenue, SR, S13, the SIPA, the LISRA, all of those other funds are considered, at least a majority of those other funds are considered general fund types. And so they would not be B11able.
Thank you. So I guess the follow-up would be, somewhere do we define which those funds are?
Mr. Chairman, the definition in 94204T specifies what a general fund type is, and the auditor uses that definition for her chart of accounts and to create the budgeting and accounting procedures. And so I think we've been provided that list, and we understand how her accounting standards require her to identify and define funds. And we have that list and feel comfortable that it includes those funds as we understand them from the statutory definition.
Thank you.
But Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, it was a conscious decision, and a lot of debate went into whether we should specifically list the fund types, whether we should spell out SIPA, LISRA, Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Account, et cetera, and kept coming back to the fact that statutes change and things change, budgeting provisions change, but it's hard to come back and identify those in statute year after year, and it's very possible to miss a new account that's created. And so we tried to use existing definitions that could be interpreted consistently.
Okay, please proceed.
So that's the change to the true B11 authority that allows the governor to change and increase or revise an agency budget. The existing criteria that was created last year under a management council bill is still included. There's notification requirements on page 13. If the amounts are over $100,000, there's a duty to notify the legislature at least 10 days in advance, or to notify the legislature as soon as practicable if there's an emergency situation that requires action necessary to preserve the public health, safety, or welfare. And in all cases, there needs to be identified the notice of the amount that's going to be increased or changed, the purpose, and the fund source that's being changed there. And the staff comment just kind of goes over what we talked about. This is a change, and a fairly significant one, to identify the fund sources that are B11able, ones that are subject to the 11 authority. And we just replace that non-general fund sources with an affirmative list of what those 4 allowable fund sources are. Then that second major change is to replace emergency financial situation, which is undefined, with public welfare emergency, which is defined perhaps more broadly, or not quite as you would like at this point, but creating a definition there. Then moving on to page 14. We get into the B11 authority for federal funds, and I don't mean to use B11 again, but that's just what it's generally been known as. We get into the authority for the governor to accept and expend federal funds, whether they're restricted or unrestricted. And the first general grant authority is an existing statute, paragraph 3. So you could think of it perhaps as B111, if you want to continue the misnomer. And it just allows that, subject to subsection G, the governor may authorize the receipt and expenditure of federal revenues that exceed amounts which are appropriated as provided in 94206B. And in this bill, we'll get into 94206B and amend it to create a role for legislative involvement. Then conforming changes on the remainder of the page to bring in a reference to allow the expenditure of a contingent appropriation if that's decided to be kept in this bill for an emergency financial situation. On the bottom of page 14 and moving on to page 15, we amend C. This is kind of a belt and suspender approach that says the governor shall not, and outlines that the governor shall not increase in an amount appropriated to any agency by legislative appropriation act except for the following reasons. And this is on page 15. this is restating kind of in the opposite way what we just said. And what we just said in B2 and B3 is when can the governor change an existing budget? And we're restating that he can change it when the fund types are specified in paragraph B2 of this section. So when it's in one of those 4 funds that are B11able that we just talked about, when it's an allocation that comes in from a contingent appropriation, either for budget shortfall measures or for an emergency public welfare emergency, or C, when federal revenues are received as is provided under B3 and subsection G of this section. So in general, the rule stands that agency budgets need to exist as they were passed by the legislature, except there's three provisions for which they can be changed during the interim, and this affirmatively defines those 3. Then paragraph 2 is this change that was kind of tossed in there because we were working in this section. And currently the governor is prohibited by statute from authorizing funds appropriated from the general fund for any one program to be used by a line appropriation within another program. And so the flex authority has to not withstand this provision. While we were amending this, it looked like a good idea to bring it in and just clarify that the governor shall not do that, move funds between agency programs unless authorized by Legislative Appropriation Act, just to give a nod to the fact that we continuously include flex authority in the budget bills. Now on page 16 are the criteria for the acceptance and expenditure of federal funds, of the discretionary and the non-discretionary federal funds. The existing requirement in statute is that federal funds in excess of the amounts that are appropriated must be accepted in writing, and the auditor shall not pay a warrant unless they are accepted in writing and meet all the criteria required. What was added last year by the Management Council bill that was approved by the legislature was that for any acceptance or expenditure of federal funds in excess of $1 million, the governor's office will need to meet some certain conditions. And here we're modifying those conditions. It was just a 10 days notice requirement and some information included with that notice. But now we go in and define different procedures for whether the funds are discretionary or restricted, or unrestricted or undiscretionary. So if the funds are restricted by federal or state law for a specified purpose, and they'll be expended as a supplemental addition for a program with approved budget, the same notice of 10 days is just required. So business as usual if they are the restricted by federal law. So an agency grant program that fits within their existing budget and adds some money to it, gives them additional funds for something that agency is already doing and can only be spent for that grant purpose, we'd continue as normal, with just notice being provided to the legislatures if it's over $1 million. If it's under $1 million, then all the governor needs to do is to accept those funds in writing. So again, first one is for unrestricted. Then the second criteria on page 17 is for funds that are either restricted or not restricted. Those are the discretionary funds like the CARES Act funds, or they are restricted, but they're not going to be expended as supplemental addition for a program with an approved budget. So the federal government comes in and says, here's money for volcano relief, but we have no volcano relief budget. And so those would be restricted, but they don't fit within any of our agency budgets. We can't send them to an existing agency that has existing staff and statutory criteria to run that program. So if they're either the discretionary or uncontemplated by our state funds, then there's different requirements. The first is to notify the legislature as soon as practicable and request that the Management Council appoint a committee to meet, receive information for the governor's office, and provide recommendations as is provided in 94206B. When we get to 94206B, you're going to see the same committee appointment process and committee recommendation process that you saw for the public welfare emergency. So except as provided in paragraph 3 of this section, the governor shall not accept federal funds until the requirements of 94206B has been met. That's making those contingent again, not giving up that authority to accept those funds until we have this opportunity for legislative involvement to have been met. And on the bottom of page 17, the bill renumbers paragraph 2 as paragraph 3 and just adds in kind of a catch-all that if there is immediate action that's necessary to preserve the public health, safety, or welfare, or to prevent the potential loss of funds, the governor can go ahead and accept those funds. You'd need to notify the legislature as soon as practical. And if those funds meet the criteria of paragraph 2, meaning they're discretionary or we don't have a budget for them, then they shall not be expended until the provisions of paragraph 2 are met, unless the governor notifies the management council that immediate expenditure of funds is necessary, and that if such a determination is made, any funds that are not required to be expended immediately would still need to follow these provisions of paragraph 2. That's going to trigger the legislative involvement. In all cases, whether it's unrestricted or restricted, the governor should notify the amount, intended use, and source of the federal funds, and whether the state is obligated or is anticipated to expend general or other state funds as a result of the acceptance or expenditure of federal funds.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to back up to page 17 and just as I'm reading this and on Romanet 2, you know, this is the condition for not a specified purpose. And once again, this is an area where we could require him to call us into a special session rather than just this meet with the committee makes a recommendation, go through that process. We can make this section as we kind of wanted it to a degree, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, that's right. This section points to 94206B, which is at the back half of this bill, and it's the same process that we talked about, that you could amend. It's legislative involvement, and as is contemplated by the bill, it's a recommendation or a special session. But you could revise that process as you've already talked about, or amend it if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Tamara. Back on 18, under that new subparagraph 4, when you talked about the state's obligation and the increase of the state's obligation. So any restricted, now was this for restricted and non-restricted changes?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes. It's for anything over $1 million, restricted, unrestricted.
And so would that, Tamara, would that then require the executive branch to inform us of any changes on maintenance of efforts that we would have?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that's what's intended, yes. That if there's a maintenance of effort that requires state funds, state general funds, or other state funds, if it can be known or estimated to be required for the next 2 immediately succeeding bienniums, then the governor would need to identify that if there's going to be a maintenance of effort or any other matching funds requirement from the state.
Which would be ongoing. I think that's a great addition. We hear about those, but we never know. Thank you.
On page 19, we make some conforming amendments in this bill for our reporting to include the emergency contingent appropriation and some paragraph renumbering to address the renumbering that was addressed earlier. And then on the bottom of page 19, this new Q is a new requirement, and it applies to both the B11 authority to change and modify those funds sources that are specified, as well as any acceptance or expenditure of federal funds. And it says that no increase or other modification to an approved budget resulting from any actions taken under subsection B of the section shall be used to increase salary or compensation of any employee funded in whole or in part with funds appropriated by the legislature. This would mean that no new federal funds could be accepted solely to increase salaries, and no B11 could be used solely to increase salaries or compensation. I think it was taken partially from a discussion by the JAC at the October 27th meeting, which pointed to some old provisions in budget bills that had been on the books related to emergency funding and use of funds for salaries.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
thank you. Tamara, with that language, would that prohibit the payment of overtime to potential state employees that might be working extra because of an emergency? Would that prohibit that?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a fair reading of it. It's a no increase or other modification taken under subsection B shall be used to increase salary or other compensation of any employee.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
if I might. I just wanted to interject, we didn't come up with that language. This is language that prior legislators have inserted in the budget related to special pots of contingency or emergency funds. So we just, I think the committee told us, hey, go back and look at what you used to, or what the legislature previously did in 2006, 2008, 2010. We did so, and we mirrored that language. It wasn't our ideas.
That's too bad. It was good language. Go ahead, Tamara.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
so let's just look at the example that we've had with CARES funds. If this language here would have been in place, then we could not have used CARES Act money to reimburse agencies then for overtime or other issues incurred by that agency due to those impacts. Do I understand that correct?
Not without legislative action or some other action.
Well, and that was my, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is my question. Is that complete, or could it be done with legislative action?
Tamara?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I think it might depend somewhat, and I hadn't thought about this before, so it's a good point to have raised. It might depend on whether employees' compensation includes the possibility for overtime, and whether the CARES Act is just affording them the opportunity to work more hours than they'd under their existing compensation structure, or whether it's truly changing their salary and their compensation structure. If they were a an employee that was not able to get overtime under any situation, it certainly seems like it would be an increase to their compensation to suddenly allow for them to have overtime. But if that was already part of their compensation structure, then it might be interpreted that way. But frankly, had not thought about that, and not sure that any of the old provisions were scrutinized or ever had the experience of figuring out how overtime would work into this provision.
So committee, here's what I'd like to do. I'm going to have Tamara run through the rest of the bill. Most of it's fairly simple after this. And then we're going to stop having questions on it because I'd like to appoint a working group that's going to work this bill between now and our session, who will kind of walk through this. And as part of that working group, Tamara, what I'd like you to do is, for me, the only way that I can really understand this kind of a bill is to kind of diagram it. So, because of the way our statutes are written, it's just difficult to follow. But if we put together a diagram from A to B to C on what happens and where it goes, then you just map it out. And when you map it out, then you can kind of understand each component of it. And so hopefully we can put that map or diagram together, and then the working group can sit down with you and Don or whomever and spend it, because this is going to take a day or two or three to actually, I think, diagram out, map it out, explore all the possibilities and contingencies and then come back with kind of a revised draft revision and comments on what we want to do and how we want to do it. And then once we do that, we'll bring that back in front of the full JAC, and then we'll, hopefully maybe in March or whenever that's going to be. And if we're far enough along, and then we'll see you. Then we'll put it on the agenda for the session. Or if we decide we need more work on it, we'll take it into the next interim, because this thing does a lot of things. But I think it's important enough that we've got to do it right. I also want to have someone from the governor's staff diagram it out and tell us what they like and don't like and why, so that we can address all those things as we're walking down this road, and we kind of do it together with them. And we may like it, some of their comments, we may not, but I just think that needs to happen. And so, Mr. Co-Chair and President Perkins, does that sound like a good path forward for you guys?
Yeah, it sounds like a good one to me, Mr. Co-Chair. Let's do it, test it out, and see what we come up with.
Yeah.
Now's the time to do it rather than later.
Yeah, I agree. And that's what I love about you, Butch. You're always thinking, always thinking.
Okay, so Senate, I don't care if we have 2 or 3 members on it, and I think we'll start with 2, but if 3 want to work on it, I'm going to have Representative Larson be the head on the House side, and I'll put the other members on it at a later date, and then we'll just proceed from there, and you can pick who from the Senate that you want. So, but before we do that, why don't you just finish running through the bill real quick, Tamara, so we just kind of wrap our brains around the whole picture before we sign off.
You bet, Mr. Chairman. Continuing on page 20, middle of the page is a conforming amendment. So trying to make all of our reference to the 921005 and 94206 appear where they should. Then 921011, another conforming amendment to bring in the emergency public welfare contingent appropriation statute. And 921013 on the bottom, page 21. And moving on to page 22, deals with another fairly important concept, and that is how the threshold for the contingent appropriation in the budget shortfall measures and the emergency contingent appropriation that's new to this bill, how those work with each other, and the total threshold amount that can be included. And that goes with, you see an existing statute, the specification that the governor shall not, in his budget, the total recommended appropriation shall not include any of the following. And that includes an amount from the legislative stabilization reserve account that would exceed in any fiscal year 5% of the balance of the account as of the first day of the fiscal year. And that 5% is important for your consideration of how the emergency contingent appropriation and the budget shortfall contingent appropriation and other appropriations that are requested from the LISRA, how they should be told against each other and added, or whether you want those thresholds to be changed. And that continues on page 23 with clarification that these contingent appropriations don't add up. They're not new every year and get to go into an account and accumulate. They will be reverted at the end of each year. That's page 23. I'll move on to page 24, which includes conforming amendments for bringing in the new statute. And on the bottom of page 24 and moving on to page 25 is another threshold amount that needs to work with the amount that you want to be available from the LSRA for the purposes we've discussed today. Right now in statute, there's a 5% max as well as a hard dollar figure that I think at the time it was passed was 5% of the LISRA. Now that's 75 million, but at this time it was about 109 million. Then on bottom of page 25, 94206B. This relates to the expenditure and acceptance of federal funds, and this is the statute that was referenced in that B3 statute that we discussed earlier. This replicates the provisions for legislative involvement on page 26. The new language on page 26, line 10, says if the provisions of 9.2.1005 G2 are applicable, and that is the provision that the federal funds come in and they're either discretionary or they don't fit within an existing budget, then a select committee would be appointed by the manager council as soon as feasible, but not less than 10 days after the council has received the request. And the council or the select committee appointed would meet, take information, and vote either recommend acceptance of expenditure of the federal funds, to recommend a modification for the acceptance of expenditure of federal funds, or to recommend on page 27 that the expenditure and acceptance not occur until after legislation has been convened. And if the committee makes that recommendation, the authority to expend the funds would not be authorized until at least 40 days after he submitted his request to council. On the bottom of page 27 is a conforming amendment to the legislature's own statutes on the management council's authority to appoint special committees and select committees, and specifies that these type of 2 select committees that were talked about in this bill and that process for legislative involvement or assistance would be a 7-member committee. Then finally on page 28, we have the repealers. The definitions in 9.2.1005E are repealed because they're recreated in the definitions section of Article 10. And then the emergency provision that's in existing law that would be an emergency general fund appropriation is repealed. And you see some of that language that has been borrowed, or a majority of it has been borrowed for the public welfare emergency definition. And finally, effective date of July 1st, 2021.
Any final questions before we take a break? So once again, I think this is just an important thing that we need to do. Otherwise, we want to take care of the problem before the problem re-exists and raises its head again. And it's just a useful thing to do. You know, with different chief executives, different bodies of the legislature, we could have had the same problem that other states had. And for a while, we were kind of heading down that path, or there was at least the appearance of it. So I just think it is a reasonable thing to do, and that's it's an important for us. So we need to spend some time on it. Okay, seeing any other input? Seeing none. It's 9:57. Let's reconvene at 10:15, and we'll go to the community colleges.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, before we leave, having looked at this and given a lot of thought to it, I think it's really important that we step up and ensure that our legislative constitutional mandate of being the appropriators is protected. And I'm for one thinking if we're going to be on the err on the side of caution, it would be towards the legislative branch. So I look forward to seeing what you all come up on this bill, but it's really important. We don't want to abrogate our duties and responsibilities to the governor. And you mentioned it very clearly, we get along pretty well, but you never know. So I think this is a good move in the right direction.
And in that regard, Tamara, it might be useful to have a short 1 or 2 pager that outlines what our responsibilities are versus the governor's, so that as we move forward, we can articulate those and have those handy at our fingertips as we present this bill and discuss it. And, you know, so we can say those things, but we need to have a more in-depth knowledge and easy access to that idea. All right. All right. Anything else? All right. We'll see you all at 10:15.
Morning, Terry.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Good morning.
Good to see you. Looks like we got snow in the air, Terry.
You know, my backyard's not going to see green again until April.
Morning, Joe.
Good morning.
We have Sandy on. Hi, Sandy. Larry, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Andy, where did you have to go? Did it come back to life at your house or?
Yeah, corporal punishment is something I believe in, and my router required it, apparently.
It needed an adjustment.
Yes. Repeated adjustments. But it seems okay now. This has happened in the past. I think I might need to invest in a new router one of these days.
I think routers are programmed to die after about a year and 9 months.
Yeah, it's been longer than that. But I mean, it comes back, I threaten it. I don't really actually beat it.
Do you call it Lazarus?
I don't want to discuss this in public. Hi, Sandy.
Hey, Sandy.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sandy. Good morning, President Schaefer. How are things?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Doing well, doing well. You guys have a busy slate of meetings and seem to be doing well as also.
All right, looks like we've got a pretty good crew. Let's proceed. Don, anything before we get started?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think we're ready to proceed.
All right. Floor is yours, Sandy.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I do have quite a crowd here with me today. I believe there's 12 of us all told, and we will stay on time. I did get the message out to everyone. I do want to introduce everyone. I am Sandy Caldwell. I am the Executive Director of the Wyoming Community College Commission. I have with me today Chairman Dr. Jackie Freeze, Chairman of the Commission. I also have Dr. Ben Moritz. He is the Deputy Director, and Mr. Larry Buchholz, who is our CFO for the Commission. I also have all 7 of the community college presidents here with us today, as this directly impacts the colleges. I'm going to just list those down, and if they can just open their camera as I get to them, and they can give us a quick wave, that would be fantastic. I'm going to start with Dr. Darren Devine, president of Casper College. He is also the president of the President's Council, and he has the disfortune or misfortune of having to meet with me quite regularly in that role. We also have Dr. Leslie Travers. She is the president of Eastern Wyoming College. Dr. Kim Dale, who is the president of Western Wyoming Community College. Ms. Lisa Watson, who is the interim president at Northwest College. Dr. Brad Tyndall, who is the president of Central Wyoming College, Dr. Joe Schaefer, who is the president of Laramie County Community College, and Dr. Walt Tribely, who is the president of Northern Wyoming Community College District in Sheridan and Gillette and Johnson counties. And also with us today is the executive director of Wyoming Public TV, Mr. Terry Dugas. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, as we begin and go over step 2 and step 3 of the budget reductions, we do address the community colleges as a function of the agency on behalf of the state of Wyoming. And we also have Wyoming Public TV, which is the commitment to education and lifelong learning and fits within the commission. As such, when we wrap up the budget reductions, I do respectfully request to provide an opportunity for the college presidents to address topics. Dr. Devine will be providing a general overview topics, and I'll ask him to lead that off with your permission. And then I would request that we be able to do the same thing with Mr. Terry Dugas when we get to the Wyoming Public TV reductions. And as we, one thing I do want to share based just in follow-up to when we were with you last December, is I shared that the community colleges for the state of Wyoming were the ranked 8 of all the community colleges in the country. I am very pleased to share that in early fall, we were actually notified that the Wyoming Community College System is the #1 community college system in the country. And 5 of our 7 community colleges, I think we're in the top 30 or top 35. And then about 70% of the University of Wyoming graduates are Wyoming Community College transfer students. There's another 5 or 6% that come from other out-of-state institutions. We do have a twofold approach for you today, which is why we have so many here with us. We will go through the step 2 and step 3 budget reductions, which the staff will cover along with the presidents and the executive director of the Wyoming Community College or Wyoming Public TV. And then the second part is the Sustainable Funding Work Group considerations is adopted by the Community College Commission just last Friday on December the 4th, as we had promised we would have for you. Just as a reminder for those of you that are new on the appropriations, on January 10th in 2020, in follow-up to our budget hearing last December, and a large amount of documentation we provided, the Appropriations JAC did request directly to Chairman Freeze, Dr. Freeze, that we convene a work group and look at the funding for the community colleges in a sustainable manner. So due to that, that is what Chairman Freeze, with your permission, will do at the second half of our meeting today, our hearing today. I also want to share that we have 5 documents for you, but one of those was really one that was separated into 2. We did submit to the LSO purposes for today, and we will speak to each one of these. One is our budget, the supplemental budget with the steps 2 and step 3, including the governor's recommendations. And I have been watching all week, so we will go through that sequentially through the pages. We also have the response to the specific questions that you asked for the 600 series and 900 series, as well as a comprehensive list of the impacts of the cuts to the colleges and to Wyoming Public TV and to the commission. The third document that you do have is the actual comprehensive report that was adopted on the 4th, and also a brief summary of that report, which is the 1-page front and back, which is one of the specifications you gave to us last January. And in addition, just for the public to be able to access, the presentation that Chairman Freeze will go over in the second half is also attached for anybody that would like to access what she will be talking about. As we go into this, I do want to recognize that it's a dire state revenue picture. And I think we all recognize, I hope we all recognize the fiscal challenges that our state is facing, and that we're all in this together. And what you have in front of you is it's a very difficult challenge, and we do appreciate the work that you're doing on behalf of the state. And we do also recognize that we are one of the big 5 agencies, and that really, we do appreciate the amount of time that you're giving us today. The large focus, of course, is on the colleges, as it should be. The commission itself is lean. We only have 12 employees, and I've been listening all week. Well, we have 13 positions. One of those is up for elimination. I've been listening to the other agencies this week talk about how small their agency is, and we're actually really small one because we do work so collaboratively with the colleges, and I'm very appreciative of that. So this will put us down to 12 employees, and 2 employees are actually paid from other funds. So there are 10 general fund positions. And I would like to share that we did reconfigure the commission space in the suite in the Hathaway building. And we did add another agency to our suite to help lower the state lower the lease space for other agencies. So I did want to share that the Wyoming Children's Trust Fund just joined the agency suite to help with the overall cost for the lease space. So wanted to share that. As we go into this, the discussion of the budget cuts, I did want to share that the commission did hold a special meeting. Now, many of you are aware of this, but some of the members here are new. The commission held a special meeting on June 22nd to adopt the approach to the budget reduction process. And given the commission is the public board, the information is publicly available. And what you see in the budget book doesn't, in step 2, does not match that, and doesn't match our initial submission. And that has to do with the deliberative process that occurs. And I think we heard that on Monday from Chief McVeigh. I do also want to share that we have provided sequential updates over the last several months. I'm thinking back to June, where we've shared a lot of the information today in numerous legislative hearings. Given the focus on the community colleges and as they relate to the general fund, as well as the large impact they have across the state for both the regional and the local economies, the commission has presented, actually, I think all of this in multiple interim committees. Wyoming's tomorrow, the Select Committee on Community College Governance and Funding, Joint Education. And we went over in pretty specific detail on October 26th at your last meeting. And we did include the budget meeting for the commission, the June 22nd, as well as the letter that the commissioners wrote to Governor Gordon. And so I think it would be just, what I'm trying to emphasize there is that we've worked very hard to be as transparent as possible so that coming into this meeting, there was a good awareness of the approach, as well as the significant impacts to both the colleges and Wyoming Public TV. So that leads us to the budget book. And if we may begin, we'll start with page 4. That gets us right into the overview. And this provides the snapshot of the budget for the cuts for step 3 and the agency requests for the cuts for step 2 and the agency request for step 3, along with the governor's recs for step 3. And as you can see, we have no supplemental request as recognizing the impact of the overall budget. They're on this page, and we will go through this sequentially as we go through each page. There are 3 specific points that I wanted to make sure that I highlighted on this page that look different in later pages or have an impact on what we're going to cover on those pages. So I want to draw really quickly the attention to the Administration Code 100. That's that in the actual chart, it's the first, really the first one with line items. In general, the administrative budget is small compared to the overall budget. It's a total of 2.6% when looking at the total general fund allocation. Also of considerable note is that much of the administrative budget, very different than many of the other agencies, because of the colleges, is still providing direct services to the colleges. All of the college computing system, which includes the student and financial data, are included in this line item. So it isn't solely the commission, it is direct service to the colleges. Also included in this are the specific legislative efforts for things like SLEDs in the common transcript process, and servicing for items like the Wyoming adjunct professor loan repayment program. So the agency itself only comprises about half of that total in the administrative line item. And when you talk about staff and payroll, that's about 1.16%. And that is the value I had shared during the, I think it was the August select committee meeting. And I did go back and verify that number, as a couple of members had asked me for that. And then when you calculate other things like the commission meetings, subscriptions, those types of things, it's about 1.41%. So that's important because that what is in there is still a significant support to the colleges in terms of the majority of that line item. The next one that I want to draw your attention to is the state aid code 0200. This is also important to note that on this page is going to be a different number here than what you see on pages 10 and 18 when we get to that. And I wanted to point it out here because we do have some of the complexity in this. You also have Wyoming Works added to this number. That's that 2.5 million appropriation. Because it wasn't a request or a priority, we don't have it in the priority list later. So the state budget department added it to the state aid as a mechanism to manage it. Also, the additional one-time appropriation you added in the 300 series in the budget bill back in the spring was added here. That $5 million was funded via SIPA funds. So it's in the state aid calculation here, but later on you won't see that value listed, and it's not subject to the general appropriations. So the total state aid listed on this page, page 4, includes two sets of funds that are not actually state aid for the allocation out to the colleges, the way we think of the state aid funds. And then the last one on this page that I wanted to draw your attention to is the Wyoming Adjunct Professor Loan Repayment Program Code 2000. We often call that WOPLR. That funding is designated in the budget. However, the legislature did not extend the sunset date for the program. And as of now, the commission does not have any authority to spend those funds. So those are three components on this page, and we'll get more into detail, but you'll see some odd discrepancies, and I wanted to just right out of the gate mention those. So if we can then move to page 10, then we'll get started to go through these specific cuts and the plans.
Great, go ahead.
Okay, page 10, this gets into the department priorities. This page is where I wanted to draw your attention compared to page 4. It's why I spent the time on page 4. On this page, state aid is broken down for both unrestricted funds, that's the college's operational funds, and designated state funds, where the funds are in state aid, but they can only be used for very specific purposes. So the state aid unit 0201 is the unrestricted general funds for college operations. You can also see the health insurance and library funds listed are broken out in units 0202 and 0204 respectively. The differences in funding in the amount page 4 at this point will be having the Wyoming Works and the one-time SIPA funds. And then I just wanted to point out, and as a reminder, because we've talked about this one several years now, is that the health insurance also has the 7.5 deficit, so you don't see the full amount for the health insurance because the colleges cover that cost with other funds. It just doesn't have the full amount was the important part. So that gives you the.
So yeah, your health insurance is just the amount covered by general fund, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
What's
Yes.
the remaining, how much is covered by other funds? In other words, what's your total cost?
Mr. Chairman, that would be 7.5 million is the additional amount that is not funded under the health insurance, not including what was historically included from when the allocation model was put in place. So it's short 7.5 million from the calculated amount.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Sandy, welcome. Are you just going to work off this summary sheet, or are you going to actually go page by page where we can read the meat of it?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I will be moving forward page by page. And so when we get into each one of these sections, we'll cover step 2 and step 3 together. We won't go back and forth. We'll keep progressing. I was paying attention this week.
Good. Thank you.
You bet. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, if we can move on to page 12. I won't spend much time on this, but I do want to highlight a few things. And then we'll go to step 3, and then we'll move to each one because of the complexity around it. Page 12 lists the step 2 budget cuts. And this is something that we did actually discuss on during your October 26th meeting. It does not include how we first input the cuts, and that's a little bit of a hard thing to see. I would refer you to that June 22nd for the new members, as well as that presentation. I did go back and look, and it's still posted there on the Joint Appropriations website. Wyoming Works was cut for both student grants and programmatic funding. I just want to take the time that this cut the new Wyoming Works funds. It did not remove the existing funds, nor does it remove the program. So the program Wyoming Works still exists, and students are still moving forward in this program. Just as a highlight for that. And these funds will last a bit longer through this biennium due to the initial amount of the CARES funds, which was quite effective in helping with the enrollment challenges we were seeing this fall. We do still have enough funds, as Mr. Buckles really did a lot of drill down work on this, to fund the current students and new students through the next year, depending on whether or not any additional programs might be added or made permissible. And I know that Policy Director Mr. McKay discussed that during the August appropriations meeting as well. And then finally, the other thing that I wanted to highlight on this page as we go forward is the proportional cut for the amount of health insurance was applied to the unrestricted state aid. That's the difference in what the department reduction is and what the governor's rec was, to avoid any further deficits in the health insurance pool for the colleges. So they still had to take that amount, but rather than increasing the shortfall in health insurance, the governor then applied it directly to the state aid. State aid had to cover it anyway. Other funds from the colleges had to cover it anyway. So it just made it cleaner to not create any additional challenges under the health insurance shortfall. So that's the distinction you see there. And if I may, we could then go to page 13. Next page. And Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this page 13 does reflect what we input and the governor's recommendations. You will see that the agency specifically requested a position be cut rather than further cutting the colleges or cutting any of the legislative priorities. All of our programs are legislative priorities, which made it very challenging. And we didn't want to make anything not operational, so we did request that. The governor's recs are almost exactly what we submitted, with a slight reduction in cut to the state aid to the colleges, which we very much appreciate. And as we proceed through the budget book, Mr. Buckles will go through each one of these items for you. One thing to note is on the health insurance, because of the way the step 2 cuts applied that to state aid, we just approached it in that same manner, recognizing that the amount of the cut needed to occur, but to avoid additional shortfalls in the health insurance and just apply it to state aid. That was our approach. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, if we could move to page 14, if you're ready, we will then start through each one of these and have a deeper discussion as we proceed.
Okay, please do.
Okay, page 14. This gets into the agency budget or the administrative budget. And as I opened just a moment ago, the step 2 cuts did not include the agency itself per the governor cuts. We actually did make that request. And because of the approach to remove programs rather than any sort of incremental cut, that's the direction that it went on the step 2. But then we were able to move those forward in the step 3. Particularly eliminating a position. And also, as I mentioned previously, a large portion of the administrative budget, and I actually calculated up the total, just over $3 million of that is direct support of the colleges and the legislative priorities. So if I may, I would like to turn that over to Mr. Buckholtz, and he can explain the proposed cuts themselves and go through the narrative as we proceed by page.
And I just might ask that you send us just a sheet that has that breakdown for admin, how much is actual admin and how much is pass through.
Mr. Chairman, we can absolutely do that because we do have that information and we'll get that to you today. Do you want me to quickly go over that or do you just want us to send it to you?
I think you can just send it to us. I mean, we'll take your word for it. That's about 3 million. So.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
It was kind of funny. You just reached up and grabbed the paper, and at the same time, Senator Hicks just leaned over like he was handing something. So it was almost like he was handing it to you through the
Zoom magic. Zoom.
Yeah. Magic. All right, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Dr. Caldwell. Mr. Chairman, Larry Buckholtz, CFO for the commission. Remaining on page 14 of the budget book, we'll step through each one of the reductions in step 2 and step 3 as Dr. Caldwell had previously described. So page 14 is the first unit. It is the administration unit for the Community College Commission. And like she said, there is no reduction in step 2. We took that $2.5 million of Wyoming Works, that was a 300 section appropriation, one-time money, and started with that programmatic reduction and then worked to achieve the full 10% across the general fund appropriation by taking that reduction in state aid, which you'll see on the next page that we discuss. In step 3, and in anticipation of what step 3 reductions were going to look like, We had a vacant position on the books as of the 1st of July, the first day of the current biennium, and we left that position vacant in anticipation of having to take that at some point during these reduction talks. So that's what you see right there. This is a reduction of what was a vacant position. It was the public information, public relations position within the commission. And we revert that money all the way back to the first day of the biennium because we haven't consumed any of it. The next page I would draw your attention to is page 18.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Kind of on, first of on page 15, and then I want to visit on page 16, and I know we're going to get some more in-depth discussion, but on page 15, and I'm assuming it's just an artifact from a budget that you didn't do, but on in A, explanation of reduction, you have loss of full-time public information, public relations position, comma, 900 series reductions. And you don't do any 900 series reductions that I can see on page 16. So that is one question there. And maybe it occurs somewhere else and comes back to there. I don't know, but I just don't see it in the flow of money. And then basically this administration portion, and I get the idea that you're only, that you're trying to eliminate programs or reductions in programs. I don't know if you've eliminated any program, but your admin takes no hit. 1.1% is all that's cut out of this administration section. Nothing out of your 200 series, nothing out of your 900 series. So I want an explanation on why you didn't cut more. I heard the comment programmatic, but programmatic, as the good senator, the good vice chair on the Senate side has said, if you're going to cut programs, you don't need as much admin. And then my final question is on your school foundation dollars. So, I'm looking, as we have a deficit in education, part of what we can cut is S5 dollars in agencies. And I want to know the impact if I cut all of those S5 dollars out of your agency. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, your first question is an oversight, and that's a very good observation on your part. Our initial input into the budget system regarding step 2 reductions included some reductions in the 900 series of the admin budget. When we reworked that as a result of the advice of the governor's office, that language did not come out of the narrative. So you are correct. There are no proposed 900 series reductions in the admin budget. Second, and something that you will receive in the documentation that the chairman asked for, you'll see how much of the funding in admin is actually dedicated to operational costs of the colleges. Dr. Caldwell kind of mentioned this already, but I can run through it real quick. Of that $6.8 million in admin funding, that's general fund, $3 million of that's payroll. And you can see that on page 16. Of that, we give away a position. So we're giving away about 5.32% of that line item with that position. And again, that's a step 3 reduction, which is 5%. So in that regard, we're kind of meeting that. $2.2 million of that is reserved to pay the maintenance costs of the administrative computing system that all 7 of the colleges use. Keeps track of their student data, financial data, HR data. All of that's provided by the commission per statute, Title 21-18. So
Mr. Chairman, just on that note of Mr. Buchholz, and thank you very much. But on that note, what we have seen other agencies do, and it's been a very good thing, is that we're starting to see some reductions actually this time in those maintenance contracts because they went out and trimmed it, or they went out and asked to have a new bid on it. So did you evaluate whether you could get savings in that contractual amount, and whether you could, basically did you go out and investigate whether you could get some contractual savings there?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, yes, we did. We entered into negotiations with Elucian, who is that contract provider, and went through every single line item on what they provide maintenance for within that administrative computing system. And at the end of the day, they offered us no reduction. Again, we have recently entered into a 5-year contract with them, and that 5-year contract limits the increases that they can make on that request annually over that 5-year period. So we hold down the cost that way versus doing an annual renewal with them, in which case we would face a 7 to 10% increase every year on the maintenance costs. By doing that 5-year contract, we limit that to 5% increases. So in theory, that's what they take as we're holding the cost down for you. So,
and so, Mr. Chairman, so this contract, if it's a 5-year contract, overlaps multiple bienniums. So is the budgeted amount what will need to be in place to satisfy going forward that contract? Or in fact, will you have savings in the next biennium from a reduced amount now?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, we have the funding in the current biennial budget to cover the first 2 years of that actually the first 3 years of that contract, because the first year was in the second year of the previous biennium. We will be coming with an exception request for some amount of an increase to the 292 line item within the budget to cover those incremental increases that have been negotiated in that contract. And we have done that perpetually in the past.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. The remainder,
Mr. Chairman, and I want to make sure that we fully answer Representative Summers. He did ask about the S5 position. So Larry, can you make sure to respond to that question from Representative Summers?
I will. But to continue the dialogue as to why the administration budget didn't take a hit in step 2, again, you know, of that $6.8 million appropriation, another 769,000 of it is one-time money, specifically for the legislative program related to the Common Transcript and the Common Course Catalog project that the commission is currently undertaking across the enterprise, which includes UW. So all 8 institutions are part of that initiative. And then the $252,000 line item for enterprise technology services. When you add it all up, that's 91.4% of our budget that is dedicated. In some ways, you could look at it as almost untouchable because of what we have to accomplish with it. So at the end of the day, we've got about $584,000 or 8.6% of our budget in which to operate this agency. And when you look at that as a proportion of our total overall budget, it's less than 1%. So that's the rationale for not taking any other kind of a cut. We had proposed some reductions in travel, as other agencies have done, in contract services, as other agencies have done. But as Dr. Caldwell said, the governor's office wanted us to take a different approach on those reductions, so we did. I'm hesitant to take any reductions in travel, understanding that for the first 5-6 months of this biennium that those costs have been mitigated for the most part by using electronic meetings, similar to what we're doing right now. But over that same period of time, the commission has taken on a tempo that is unprecedented and compared to previous years. And once we return to whatever is going to be our new normal, I don't see that tempo taking a reduction. In the last biennium, even though we didn't do commission meetings live or in person for the second half of the second year in that biennium, because of COVID, I still had to move a little money around internally in the budget to be able to cover commission travel costs. So again, I'm hesitant to take any money from travel, knowing that at some point we will re-engage and we will be traveling to college campuses where it's so important for the commissioners and the commission as a whole to have a presence on those college campuses. So I see that reigniting, and we will expend, I can see us expending those funds over the course of the rest of this biennium. Finally, S5 money, Representative Summers. What you see in our budget for S5 money is a funded full-time position. This originally was E-rate money. It came to the commission when in the initial stages of what we now know of as the state longitudinal data education system. That position was placed within the commission and funded with school foundation money because of how much data we do handle on the K-12 side of things. So this position coordinates all that data between K-12, UW, and the 7 community colleges into that one common database that we maintain here at the commission, and that the commission then also funds the data storage and the server capacity and all of that is, you can see in our ETS line item. So to reduce that S5 appropriation would reduce a position and severely impact our ability to do anything as far as the state longitudinal data system goes.
Okay, Representative Stiff.
Chairman, thank you. Mr. Buchholz,
Yes.
I noted that on personnel, one position is being offered up in step 3. My question is, the vacancy list appears to show that there's a second vacancy there in the policy and planning analyst 3 position. And the question is, if that vacancy were cut, how would that affect your operations?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, as Dr. Caldwell started, she said that we're lean, and we really are. 4 years ago, we had 16 positions, and now we're down to 12.
Larry, could you just answer the question? We've got to keep moving.
Yes, sir. It'll impact the commission in that there is workload related to administrative rules and things that the legislature does every single year that cause us to change those administrative rules, as well as tracking what you're doing. That's the primary purpose of that position. And keeping the staff in the colleges all on the same page and working towards that common goal and putting into place or reacting or being proactive to what is considered or contemplated by the legislature.
So Larry, how long has the position been vacant and are you currently interviewing for it?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, that position is vacant. It has been vacant since May. We purposely held that position open because our appropriation does not have the funds in it to cover the insurance policies that are currently being used by our employees because they changed after the biennium started. And I don't have slush in the 100 series to cover different policy mixes. For instance, I had somebody hired who was covered for a single policy. They moved on. The person we hired to replace that is a family policy. I don't have the funding to make up that difference. So we held that position open for a little while longer than we probably should have. But we are currently recruiting for it. Interviews right now are scheduled for the 15th and 16th of December. And I will have that position filled prior to Christmas.
So, that's an interesting problem that every agency has. And it's more severe in some agencies than others, but it would sure be nice if we could take this opportunity of a crisis to figure out how to fix it, because there's those unfunded liabilities exist in almost every agency. And there ought to be some type of a policy or procedure that we established that requires agencies to start to buttonhole some dollars so that money is available, and you don't have to run shorthanded. I mean, but anyway, tough problem. So
yes.
Please.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, just briefly, thank you. And Larry, I just want you to know that as part of a broader, K-12 S5 cut in agencies, I am looking at that position. And so, as you decide to fill positions, one, if I cut a position and you have a vacancy, it makes it pretty simple for you to do some shifting. If you're filling that position, you obviously won't fill it before we make a recommendation, but just know I am looking at that money, and whether we do anything or not, I don't know, but I am looking at it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Representative Summers.
All right.
All right, moving on, page 18 of your budget book.
Let me start on the page 18. This is the college state aid, unrestricted and designated general funds. And Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, the state aid breakdown that I referenced on pages 4 and 10. So this is that breakdown, which is why I wanted to make sure that I highlighted it. And it does include the one-time Wyoming Works funds in the college state aid. I do want to express our gratitude for the governor's support in the colleges in the form of a slightly less cut recommendation for the 5% in the step 3, but also note that includes a proportional cut for the health insurance applied to the state aid. The presidents are going to have a chance to highlight this, and Larry will go into it in detail, but we are to a point where the challenges around the fiscal resources in libraries does put them at risk for accreditation. And I wanted to mention that when we talked about this in October 26th, that a couple of the colleges have claimed financial emergency, and one, if not two, actually claimed financial exigency, which puts them on a review for the Higher Learning Commission. And that has to do with what is called the Composite Financial Index for what it takes and what is required under accreditation for them to operate. We're lean and we're there, but it is a situation for an at-risk point for the colleges being put on probation or what is called a show cause. So it's an important point when they bring this up, they'll talk to you about those things. I also want to make sure that people are aware, because I've been asked about this, is that at the commission, we did make those cuts immediately to the colleges. And when I say we, I mean when Mr. Buchholz does the distribution of the funds to the colleges. So that happened from the beginning. I just want to clarify that, and that the colleges then have the challenge of managing the cuts in both the short range, how do they manage that in the moment, and then how are they going to manage that in a long term based on conditions at the institution, the board policies, and then requirements for things like teach out, which is also an accreditation requirement. What they might do in 2 years might not be exactly how they make those cuts this year because of what it takes for them to actually fully implement the cuts. And so we'll have a chance to hear from this. The summary document of the impacts that you have, the one that you asked specifically for question 1, 600, 900, and then the individual does list quite a list of the colleges for what this meant for them and how they have gone about implementing it in terms of what they could publicly share. So from that, as Larry goes into that, I wanted to start off and make sure there is an awareness of the challenges the colleges are facing on the accreditation front when it comes to what is called the composite financial index, which is comprised of 4 specific categories. Mr. Buckles, I know I jumped in on top of you, but I wanted to make sure to highlight how big an impact this is for the colleges right now.
Thank you, Dr. Caldwell. Mr. Chairman, continuing on page 18, this is the state aid budget for the community colleges. It does show, like you saw on page 4, what those cuts were to the state aid line item, unit 0201, the reduction or equivalent reduction to the health insurance line item and the library line item. Again, to draw your attention to what the governor's recommendation is and how things actually add up at the end of the day. In column 6 for the governor's changes, it shows that he has changed it $98,233 from what was originally submitted by the commission for proposed reductions. That figure is comprised of 2 separate figures. The $4.9 million in health insurance, he is moving to the state aid line item. So that is a further reduction to that line item. At the same time, in step 3, the recommendation is to take half of that for the second year of this current biennium. So it's a $4.9 million add, a $4.8 million subtraction, and that's how you get to that $98,000 reduction or governor's recommendation in that line item. That's how that math plays out. At the end of the day, like Dr. Caldwell said, there is no reduction to the health insurance line item. It is not sufficient to handle policy reimbursements during the course of this biennium by about $7.5 million. The colleges are managing that. So I would stand for any questions on this, on the state aid unit.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, one thing to add is that the colleges are funded through 3 primary sources, and that would be the general fund state aid appropriation that we were talking about here. But there's also the tuition, and the commission did just raise tuition at its October 8th meeting by 6%, to help make sure that we're staying comparative within the state, while still meeting the statutory requirement to be nearly as free as possible and to be within the tuition policy that the commission did adopt. And then the local revenue in the form of mills and motor vehicle. One thing to note is that when the economy is down, the colleges often get hit with a multiplier effect, particularly around what changes in terms of mills. Some of you know this very well, that when this occurred prior in 2016, the institutions ended up actually with a larger assessed value, a larger percentage overall budget reduction because of the mills. And we're hearing that that's looking to be on track for the future. I just wanted to mention that because we do have that complexity, and we can discuss that at any point as well. So if I may, I can turn it back over to Mr. Buckles to proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Caldwell. And to her point, on page 21, what I will point out to you in the narrative that we've provided for the state aid reductions is that back in 2015-16, when the colleges took an 8% reduction at that time, their local revenue also decreased as a condition of that depressed economy. And the reduction to the colleges was really 14% in overall revenue collections. So the 10% and the 2.5% for the current biennium, and what will be 15% going into the 23-24 biennium, if these are sustainable reductions, we can see that, although I can't project it yet, we can anticipate that those reductions will be north of 20% on those 2 funding sources, state aid and local revenue. If we were to do a straight line comparison of enrollment from fall of 2019 to fall of 20, the colleges are down about $1.2 million in tuition revenue over that one semester, as well as about $600,000 in fee revenue over that same period of time. And if that trend continues, we'll see an even further erosion of tuition and fee collections by the institutions in the spring semester, which is going to impact their operational capabilities, again, going into the future. So
Sandy and Larry, can you provide us a sheet that shows all the amount of COVID dollars you receive and where those went and how it will substitute some of these impacts that you have?
Mr. Chairman, yes. And if you want me to address the CARES Act right now, we can do that. Or if you want to take that up after we get through the budget book, I'm happy to do that then.
Why don't you just go ahead and do it if you have numbers?
I've got some general numbers. I will, in whatever I provide you as far as documentation goes, it will be a lot more drill down, if you will, and I'll be able to show you where all those dollars went. But the colleges requested just north of $84 million in CARES Act requests. The governor's office and the attorney general approved about $48.7 million. Of that, as you know, in an effort to bolster tuition or enrollment at the colleges and at UW, $10.3 million was consumed by the colleges for financial aid in the form of the CARES College Grant, and another $2.6 million was consumed in what was the adult grant, the dislocated worker grant. So yes, and Dr. Caldwell has some other numbers that she can share with the committee as to how that bolstered the velocity change over last year to this year, and how that making that money available propped up enrollment at the institutions. So I would give it back to her for just a second.
In my understanding, there were other CARES Act or other funds that went directly to you and not through the governor's office as an AG. So please account for that as well.
Mr. Chairman, there's no funding that came to the commissioner, to the colleges, without going through the governor's office. Or, I think what you're referring to is the HERF fund, the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund. That was a distribution from the U.S. Department of Education directly to institutions of higher education. The total across the system,
3.2 million.
3.2.
For the institutions to use, and there was 3.2 million about that directly for students, that it has to be used directly for mitigation of COVID-19 and is not permissible, the HERF funds and the state funds, for operational or loss of revenue.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed and just provide us with that breakdown.
Okay, we'll do that. Okay, any other questions on the state aid portion of the commission budget?
No, and we've read your budget, and so you can, and your dialogue. So just be brief on it as we proceed.
Right. I'll now turn your attention to page 31. This is the adult education budget, Division 900. There's two line items within this budget. Really, one is truly the adult education program, partially funded general fund, partially funded by a federal grant, and the other is the high school equivalency certificate program. We take in step 3 a 10% reduction of the state aid portion of adult education. That's $53,154. I'm sorry, that's $106,308. That is a reduction that will impact the 9 adult ed programs that the commission operates. 7, 1 at each community college campus, 1 at the Uinta BOCES in Evanston, and the Department of Corrections adult ed program. We support all of those with both state and federal dollars. The one thing I'll note about this reduction is that there is a maintenance of effort attached to the federal allocation that we receive. Our analysis has shown us that we can rely on in-kind match from the institutions to match or to get to our maintenance of effort requirement. So we're pretty safe in taking this reduction from this program. The other line item within adult education is that high school equivalency. There used to be a position attached to this. We gave that position up back in the 15-16 budget reductions, but we still had a little bit of administrative funding associated with it. During the 1920 budget cycle, we reverted every dime that was appropriated in that line item. That's why I propose that we take all but $1,000 of what is in that program. It doesn't eliminate the program. It leaves the commission with $1,000 should there be an instance over the course of the next 20 months of this biennium that we have a test compromise at one of the testing centers spread out across the state of Wyoming. If there is an identified test compromise, there is a requirement that somebody from the commission, probably myself as the administrator of this program for the state of Wyoming, to go out and investigate that test compromise. So I'm leaving a little bit of travel money there to handle that expense should it occur. If it doesn't, that $1,000 will revert at the end of this biennium, just like all of this programmatic funding disappeared or was reverted at the end of the last biennium. Any questions there?
Please, Dave.
I'll then go to page 40 of the budget. This is the Wyoming Investment in Nursing Program. Here again, there are two components to this appropriation. One of those line items funds student loans for nursing students, and the other one funds teaching faculty at the 7 community colleges. Our proposal here is to take $655,575 in step 3. What we attempt to accomplish here is two things. We retain enough money within that line item to teach out every student who is currently in the WIN loan program. That's 194 students across the 7 colleges and the University of Wyoming. So we retain enough money to teach them out throughout their course of instruction. Of that 194, 117 are brand new with the fall 2020 cohort. So we would teach them out their full 8 semesters out of what we have remaining in the appropriation. The other 117 are past their first semester. So they have 3 or 2 or 1 more semester to go before they complete that course of instruction. So we retain the money to do that. It leaves us with less money going into the next biennium to fund student loans. However, there will be some that remains. It'll just be a smaller pot. We do not touch the teaching faculty line item. To do so, again, would be a direct cut to the colleges, because these are staff that are performing these faculty functions at the institutions. And if we were to not fund them, that reduces their staff, which reduces the amount of students that they can enroll. Accreditation for nursing programs has class size limitations, that being 8 students to each 1 instructor. So we retain that number of faculty members across the system by not cutting that budget. From there, I would go to page 41, which is the Combat Veterans Tuition Assistance Program or Tuition Waiver Program. This again is a reduction far more than the 5% that's in a step 3 reduction, because this program can afford to take that size of a reduction. We reverted about this amount of money at the end of the 1920 biennium. But at the end of the day, we retain enough money in this program to fully fund every veteran who is taking advantage of it at, again, the 7 institutions and UW. We administer it for all 8 institutions. and it leaves that amount of money there. Enrollment's down. From what we have seen in the past, there are currently, well, the data that I have that is current shows that there were 50 students that utilized this program in the spring of 2020 semester. The fall reimbursements have not fully come in yet from the institution, so I don't have complete data on how many students are using it for the current fall 2020 semester. But I feel very confident that we will have the funding to teach everybody or to reimburse the institutions who granted a waiver for tuition to everybody who uses this program over the course of the current biennium.
So Larry, do you guys have any recommendations or suggestions on how we might modify this program or limit it to, in terms of programmatic changes?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a few years back, the legislature, the commission and the military department did a study of this program and came forward with some recommendations. And the legislature did adopt several provisions that modify this program. There was a lot larger cost coming out of this program in that anybody who was attending the university at a graduate level, we were paying, according to statute at the time, we were paying the tuition fee, the tuition rate for that course. Beginning in 2018, the legislature modified that, and now you limit that to the undergraduate tuition rate. So it reduced the costs on that program by reducing it, $450 a credit hour for a pharmacist graduate degree program versus the undergraduate $143 credit hour. So we reduced the costs on that. You reduce the time that a student has to complete from 10 semesters down to 8 semesters. So a student's only eligible for reimbursement of 8 semesters of instruction. You also eliminated the reimbursable portion of the waiver program that dealt with fees. You no longer reimburse fees, you only reimburse tuition in that reimbursement to the institutions. So there have been some changes made, and you have reduced the costs to this program. At one point, it was $1.5 million. It's come down to 1.23, and we're going to further reduce that down to about 850. Well, we're going to reduce it down to about 500.
Questions? Okay, please proceed.
Okay, page 44. This is where we get into Wyoming Public Television, and at the urging of Dr. Caldwell and her initial presentation, I'll walk you through what the budget book says, but I would like for you to give Executive Director Dugas a chance to speak to his own budget. Again, we just carry it as the commission. It's not under the commission's purview as to how it happens. So what we did in the Wyoming Public Television budget was we took a larger reduction in one of those line items, which funds the Wyoming Public TV Council. It is primarily all travel. Again, based on an analysis that we did from the 1920 biennium, they did not spend, or I should say, they only spent about $752 of this appropriation. So I propose taking a larger than 10% reduction in step 2 to mitigate a larger deduction. It's not a lot of money. It's only $6,500, but it decreases the full amount of a reduction to the Wyoming Public Television state aid line item. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any further questions, and I would also ask that you call on Mr. Dugas.
Mr. Dugas, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members of the commission. As required by state statute, I've provided to the members of the Appropriations Committee a copy of my annual report to the governor. I did note that it does not appear in your commission packet, and I apologize for that breakdown in communication. Hopefully you received either or both the electronic copy that I sent you along with a hard copy that we mailed out. The result of the most recent cut in our state aid was a 10% reduction in the Wyoming PBS staff. Our only source of staff funding is state aid. And so we reduced our administrative unit by 1.5 FTE. And probably a more serious reduction was that we had to eliminate the television series Farm to Fork, Wyoming, and take a 1 FTE reduction there. So that has left us with a gap in our coverage of ranching and agriculture issues. We will try to address that with contract production when possible, since those funds do not come from state aid. I'll be glad to stand for questions based on my annual report. I do want to take just a quick moment and look to the future. Every year, I am asked by members of the commission, why can't I get you? Because I subscribe to DirecTV or I subscribe to Dish Network. And the answer is always because of federal laws. And we have, for 20 years, my two predecessors worked to get those laws changed. We worked very hard over the past year with Senators Enzi and Barrasso and Representative Cheney to again change those laws. And once again, we were not able to effectively change the FCC's rulings. However, technology has changed. There is a provision in the law that says if Wyoming PBS can provide a signal to the DirecTV and Dish receive sites in Colorado, one in Denver, the other in, I believe, Inglewood, then they would be required to carry us in the 6 counties that represent the Denver market. Wyoming now has sufficient broadband capacity that we are working with Dish and Direct to provide a dedicated internet circuit to each of their facilities. It ain't cheap. It's going to cost us about $24,000 a year annually for the circuits, but it is my sincere hope that starting this spring, we will be on both Dish and DirecTV in the following counties: Carbon, Albany, Platte, Niobrara, Johnson, and Campbell. And those particular counties, it makes no logical sense at all why those counties are considered part of the Denver DMA, but that is the way it is. So we're encouraged that at least for those of you who live in those counties, you will be able to receive Wyoming PBS if you are a member of subscriber to either Dish or DirecTV. Can I answer any questions from the commissioners?
Any questions? Seeing none. All right. Thank you, Barry. Appreciate your time. With that, Sandy, what's next?
Okay.
Hold on, Mr. Chairman. I got a question.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Terry, tell me what your current staffing position is with the reductions that you've made. I don't have that in front of me. And then also a quick snapshot, if you would, where we were, say, 4 or 5, 6 years ago, and the amount of reductions we've seen in actual staff, 100 series, where a lot of places we're not seeing any 100 series cuts at all, but you made those cuts. Could you just give a quick synopsis of that for me, please? Thanks.
Certainly, Chairman. Senator Bebout, Wyoming PBS over the last 5 years has reduced its staff by 25%. We currently have 18.5 FTE. During the 15-16 reductions, we reduced our staff by 3 FTE. And then during this summer, we reduced our staff by an additional 2.5 FTE. While we do have alternative sources of revenue, our only source of staffing is state funds. So in fact, we are 25% smaller than when I joined the network 5 years ago.
Yeah, thank you on that. And a quick update on we had those matching grants in there for fundraising where we put so much and then it was matched. Where are you in terms of the endowment fund that you have set up, and how much revenue do you generate a year out of that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebout, thank you. The state production endowment currently stands at about $3 million. We receive the interest on that endowment, and those funds specifically help pay for our productions. In the, I believe, 2019 fiscal year, we received about $65,000 from that endowment. In the current fiscal year, there has been a delay in transferring the funds from the state to Wyoming PBS. We only received to date $14,000, but Mr. Burkholz is working with the state treasurer to get us caught up on our receipts. But that brings us in, and again, the state endowment is no different than our own 401k plans. It has good years and it has bad years. But we usually budget approximately $60,000 in income from the state production endowment to help pay for the cash cost of the shows we produce.
Thank you. Further
Thank
questions?
you. And then the last question is, in terms of the matching grants, that funding is all dried up from the state perspective, right? Whatever was there that was available, you've been matched to revert it back to the state, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebout, yes. My understanding is that the corpus is fully funded and has been for, I believe, the last 4 years. So there is no state revenue moving into the corpus of the endowment. It is fully funded.
Further questions? Okay, thanks again, Terry. Sandy?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, at this time, I would like the opportunity to have the president share the impacts of the cuts to their colleges. You do have a summary document that hearing that directly from them is different from what I can fully express. I do request that we allow Dr. Devine, the president of the President's Council, and he does have a general overview across the colleges. And he has some very specific examples that I think he wanted to share. And of course, all the college presidents here are available to answer any questions that you might have. So if I may, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Devine.
Please, Dr. Vine, please go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, thank you so much for providing this opportunity to address you today. For those of you I've not had the pleasure to meet in person, as Dr. Caldwell noted, my name is Dr. Darren Devine. I am the president of Casper College and currently serve as the president of our Wyoming community colleges. To start off with, I'd like to provide a few generalized themes our colleges are experiencing with the current and the proposed budget cuts. First, while we certainly understand and agree with the fundamental necessity of reducing state funding levels to our institutions, I still must, in all good conscience, report that cuts already enacted have had serious deleterious effects on all 7 institutions. Second, I want to make sure there's a broad understanding that these cuts will have repercussions and ripple effects that will take several years to fully unfold as institutions shift from short-term changes that are immediately realized to those longer-term alterations that will take more time to fully implement. Thirdly, I want to remind us all that state funding cuts, while having a very large impact, only represent one facet of revenue declines felt by our institutions. Several of our districts are experiencing severe local revenue declines, in some cases exceeding 30%. Fourthly, I want to assure you, each of you, that your college presidents are all on the same page with the Wyoming Association of Community College Trustees and Ms. Erin Taylor, as well as Dr. Caldwell and the Community College Commission. But of course, each institution has different nuances and impacts being felt on their campuses. We certainly understand past spending practices have been rendered unsustainable. and the state must find a new path forward. But we are very confident your community colleges represent the accelerator of Wyoming's economic recovery and development efforts. And fifthly, we are very cognizant of the approximately $23,000 deficit between personal tax collection and public service costs per citizen in Wyoming, and thus fully support a holistic approach at reimagining the state's revenue and expenditure practices. Next, I would like to highlight just a very few of the impacts to our colleges as a result of the current budget reductions. First, in 2020 alone, our 7 community colleges have eliminated more than 170 positions. Over the past 2 biennia, our colleges have reduced our overall workforce by a collective 16%. Several institutions are planning to announce additional layoffs in January 2021 that will likely increase these numbers to over 200 positions. Second, community outreach efforts have been severely cut in all of our districts. Unfortunately, these include training and development programs for small businesses and job seekers, as well as various other tangible and intangible benefits realized in individual communities across our state. Thirdly, academic programs in most institutions have seen large-scale reorganizations and consolidations of academic programs. While such moves are not wholly unwarranted nor necessarily detrimental, the sheer magnitude of these actions will have compounding effects well into the future. And finally, in this section, business and industry development, as well as non-credit offerings of all varieties, have been severely curtailed or outright eliminated. In a retrenchment scenario such as the one we currently are experiencing, our institutions have been forced to reduce or eliminate programs that are not specifically eligible for state reimbursement in order to minimize the effects felt by our most valuable assets, our students. As I wrap up, I would also like to highlight a few steps our institutions have taken to proactively deal with decreasing revenue and increasing costs. First, one institution took the bold step to suspend Division I athletics in order to curtail cuts to academic programs as much as possible. Second, several institutions are increasing employee contributions to their retirement programs, thus shifting some of the burden away from institutional budgets. Thirdly, many institutions have instituted early retirement programs to incentivize higher employee attrition rates. And finally, meal prices, housing costs, as well as course and other institutional fees have increased almost across the board to help cover increasing costs and expenditures. And we want to make sure that some of those increased expenses are borne by the students. Additionally, I would be remiss if I did not also add in a reminder that the Community College Commission recently approved a 6% tuition increase. In closing, I would like to thank you so very much for providing an opportunity for input in your deliberations today, and thank each of you for your service to our communities and to our state.
Thank you, Dr. Devine. I appreciate it. Senator Beba, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You talked about 300 and some positions that you've eliminated. How many of those were vacant positions, and how many are actual pink slips to bodies that have been released and no longer employed by the colleges?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair Bebel, for clarification, it was about 200 positions. I don't have the actual breakdown at my fingertips, but I will make sure to get that to Dr. Caldwell, and we will send that on to you as soon as possible.
So to follow up on that, so what I would suggest that each college provide it to us, but more particularly to the individual legislators in your individual districts, is basically a bullet point talking point list that lists all the positions that were cut. You know, you need to describe whether they're full or part-time and what the future likely cuts are based upon these, and basically do a bullet point explanation of the impacts to each individual college in terms of classes offered, the total number of budget reductions, the impact, and what things you've done to mitigate, including increased tuitions, everything that you can highlight because at the end of the day, your job is going to help some of us who want to find additional funding and some mechanism for you to educate every legislator in the state of Wyoming and do it in a way that is succinct and to the point and frankly, just direct. And the argument that this would be in the best interest of the community and of the state. And so we need to be all on the same page. We need to have the same data, but I think it needs to be succinct, to the point, and I think it'd just be a useful thing to do.
Mr. Chair, if I might. We actually have that already ready for you, although it does not have the breakdown of those positions as Co-Chair Bebel asked for, so we will make sure that change is made. And the original plan is that Ms. Taylor will be sharing that with the committee as a follow-up next week.
Great, appreciate it. And then if we look at it and we've seen more, or you have more, just let's keep updating it because times keep changing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, one other thing too, I don't know how you feel about it, but if you're really going to get a good picture, and I think your idea is a great one to really understand the impact of what we're doing to our community college system, is the marketplace for what, in fact, if you're going to hire someone to go to work in our community college system compared to a comparable position with K through 12, the huge difference in amount of money that's paid. And so I think that's another thing that would be important for us to realize, where how much we would be able to pay a position, a master's degree in a particular community college versus that same position K through 12, and the huge difference that exists. I think that might be beneficial as well, if that's a number we can pull out with a lot of trouble. Thank you.
Okay, further questions for Dr. Devine? Okay, let's go to the next president.
Mr. Chairman, this is Sandy again. I do believe that the presidents were really mindful of your request to keep it brief. So they did have Dr. Devine speak on behalf of all of them, but I'm very happy to turn it over to any one of them that you want specifics on. I will share that the summary document that we have does have information on positions. And we did provide last year an update on the comparison of salary K-12 to the colleges. We can take that information and update it for this year, as Senator Bebout, Chairman Bebout just asked for. And we do have the next piece of information for you on the sustainable funding, but if you have any one of the specific presidents you would like to call on, I know that any of them are ready to speak.
Sure. Well, let's go to the sustainable funding and everything that you wanted to present to us first. And if we have additional time, then we'll let them speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Then at this time, I do want to turn this over to Chairman Dr. Freeze, Chairman of the Community College Commission. She is the one who came to that meeting on January 10th, 2020. And received this request to commence this work group. And I will share you that there has been an intense amount of work since you made this request, beginning with their implementation of the work group in February 2020. And in the middle of a pandemic and COVID and all of the adjustments with the colleges, and we were still able to get this done through her leadership. So if I may, I would like to turn that over to Chairman Dr. Freeze.
Thank you, Dr. Caldwell, and chairs and the members of the committee. I appreciate the time to be able to visit with you. I know how tight your schedule is, and I know how difficult it is to be able to sit and listen to all of these endless presentations, but this is an important topic, and we hope that we can cover some key points with you. I do understand that many of you have sat through presentations regarding this before, and so certainly you have some good insights into the process that we followed to come up with some recommendations, but would like to walk you through that. I'm going to try at this point to share my screen. We'll see what happens with technology. And I think you have it at this point.
Do we have it? Are you pulling up the,
Nothing yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you seeing a slideshow presentation?
No, we're not. No.
Oh dear. Okay.
who do we have on board that can help her with it? Sandy?
Chairman, I will get that up on my screen momentarily. And then Chairman Dr. Freeze, you just tell me when to proceed.
To move it forward. That would be great.
There, we got it.
Thank you, Dr. Caldwell. Not quite sure. I had challenges with that before and thought I had it worked out, but evidently not. The wonders of technology, or the wonders of my ability with technology, not sure which it is. If you could go to the second slide, Sandy, that would be great. Just want to very quickly mention, and I know this has been mentioned before, we started this process last year after we met with you in January, and you requested that we do some discussion about sustainable funding for the community colleges, knowing full well that over the years we recognize, and you have recognized, that this has been a challenge for the community colleges and very difficult to plan when you can't count on sustainable funding over time. And so we started our process in February, and we put together a fairly good and inclusive group that was very dedicated to looking at alternatives and considering options related to sustainable funding in the state. Unfortunately, we started under one set of premises and quickly had to change a little bit as a result of the impact on the state revenue from the pandemic, and that has made this much more of a complex problem. But our focus continues to be on sustainable long-term funding. And while we recognize the short-term challenges, we really did want to focus on possibilities that would stand us well into the future. And so that's pretty much the focus that we took as we were working through this. The report and the considerations that we're presenting to you today were adopted by the Wyoming Community College Commission on December 4th. And that's after a fair number of meetings with the various groups. Our charge, and I'm going to just read this quickly because I think it's an important thing to remind everyone exactly what our charge was as we went into this process. The Community College Sustainable Funding Work Group is a work group of the WCCC comprised of commissioners, WCCC staff, presidents, and trustees. The purpose of the work group is to develop up to 3, but no more than 4 recommendations, proposals for sustainable funding of the state aid block grant for the community colleges as administered, allocated through the WCCC rules promulgated to administer House Bill 80. And so that was basically the charge to the committee. As it says in there, we developed a committee that had not only commissioners, but presidents and trustees from the institutions, as well as supported by staff. In addition, we had some committees that I won't spend a lot of time talking about, but those subcommittees were fairly extensive. There were 4 subcommittees, and they involved all of the presidents, all of the commissioners, and many of the trustees from the institutions, in addition to additional staff people who could provide supporting information. And what we really were considering is some of the fundamental premises that we're talking about in terms of our efforts as community colleges in the state of Wyoming. We looked at some common language and messaging because it's important that we all be on the same page as we're talking about how we move forward. We spent significant time with one of the subgroups talking about the state needs and what that meant to us. And our full report does provide a lot of detail from all of these efforts. And then finally, the funding strategies subcommittee put together some considerations that we'll talk about as a part of this process today. Sandy, thanks. I think it's also important that you understand, and I know that you've heard this before and that you have all discussed it before, what sustainable funding really means to the community colleges. So let me again read. Wyoming community colleges are constantly searching for established, consistent, non-volatile funding sources which provide a level of support to sustain and build service to students and the communities the colleges support. Sustainable funding includes external cost adjustments in order to manage multiple increasing cost factors such as inflationary pressure and increased compliance and regulations, as well as other aspects related to modern operations and technology. And I'm sure you know, because we've had a lot of discussion about the fact that the colleges just have not kept pace with those kinds of issues and have been forced to deal with a lot of unfunded mandates and certainly haven't had any inflationary increases. At this point in time, our current funding structure is such that approximately 60% of our funds come from state aid, and then 20% from local revenue and 20% from tuition and fees. And that becomes important as we move along to some of the considerations, because you'll see how that was discussed and some considerations and recommendations for moving that to different levels of allocation. Moving on to the next slide, governance. So governance in the state is very, very important. As you know, the community colleges are all have local control. They have local elected boards, and that has become an important part of how we do business in this state in terms of community college education and how responsive we can be to our local communities. And that's a foundation that we want to preserve and make sure that anything that we make recommendations regarding does not have significant impact there. And so we studied this topic in June, and Dr. Caldwell mentioned that when she was doing her initial overview. And we also provided that same study to the Select Committee on Community College Governments and Funding in October, so that we were trying to make sure that we operated in tandem with the Select Committee, and that at every stage that committee was abreast of what we were doing, and we remained educated on what the committee was doing. So the current governance structure, as you all know, has changed a lot since the commission was developed, and there have been a number of statutory changes as well. But one of the things that I think, and we all believe, is the most positive is that we've evolved to a place where we are on the same page, we work together well. The commission has an important role of coordination for a fair number of things that are important to the state needs. And again, that's covered well in our report. And the colleges and their boards are able to be responsive and attuned to the needs of their communities. And we feel very comfortable that the governance structure we have is a workable one and is only getting better as time goes on. We also had the consultants who worked with us from the WICHE and SHIO spend some time looking at governance structures and how they impact funding. And it really is not a situation where if you change the governance of a community college system, that funding is impacted in a positive direction for the most part. And they provided quite a lot of information about that. The two just don't often have the same level of impact that one would suppose. And so again, we didn't spend the focus of our time talking too much about governance, other than to reinforce that we feel that the system we have is working very well. Moving on, Dr. Caldwell. So the final sustainable funding considerations with options and alternatives that we've provided, we tried to be very succinct, but the report is longer and provides all the detail, including all of the information from the reports from the subcommittees. So you have that in your minutes, in your meeting information, and some of you have probably already had a chance to look at it, and we can certainly respond to any of the detail there. But primarily, the recommendations are based upon three fundamental issues. One, that sustainable funding for community colleges is imperative for operation, program development, facilities, including major maintenance, IT, and staffing. That's sort of the foundation. Two, sustainable funding for community colleges must include provisions for external cost adjustments in order to avoid inflationary pressure and to meet compliance requirements. Again, this is a changing landscape, and if we don't have that flexibility, it becomes very difficult not only to plan, but to fund things and be responsive to the state's needs. And then three, constitutional recognition or recognition through statutory language of the importance of the community colleges as necessary institutions in the education pipeline would provide the community colleges with state level protections. And again, I know that you are all aware that we are not addressing the Constitution primarily because the community colleges didn't exist when the state constitution was developed. and there aren't a lot of protections for the colleges. And so we are often in a situation of standing alone to make presentations. And this is just a suggestion to consider how that might be formalized in a more systematic way in our state. Okay, moving on to the budget erosion since 2010. The total amount of erosion up to this point is $94 million, and we give you a little bit of breakdown there of what that actually was and what it means. The general fund appropriations is a loss of $53.8 million that relates to the inflationary costs and some of the cuts over time that we've had. And then $7.5 million is the prior health insurance cuts. And then this year's cuts of step 2 cut of $22.9 million and step 3 cut, if those are made, $9.8 million. And so that totals to the $94 million decline since 2010. So in a 10-year period of time. Guiding principles and the menu of options that we have presented. The guiding principles, obviously, the community colleges and higher ed in general must provide return on investment, must increase the post-secondary educational attainment for the state priority, consider and incorporate external cost adjustments and inflation, and community colleges and higher education must be responsive and effective to the state's needs for post-secondary education. And I do want to say there, and I know that everyone feels strongly about this, that community colleges are part of a solution when the state is facing so many difficulties in terms of revenue and in terms of diversification. The community colleges play a strong role in workforce development, in other kinds of educational opportunities for students and employers, and it is a part of a solution, not a part of a challenge. And so in order to do that, however, we have to have adequate funding to be able to be as responsive as it will be needed as we move forward. So the menu of options reviewed, we looked at mill levy increases, both in district and out of district, optional additional mills, tuition impacts, including differential tuition for out of district students. And as you have been told a couple times today, we increased tuition for this coming year by 6%. We looked at sales and use tax, statewide and regional exemptions, and economic development tax. And again, in our report is a full comprehensive consideration of all of the things that we talked about, considered, and either suggested that we move forward or have rationale for why it was probably not a workable solution. So the funding strategies, framework considerations with options and alternatives. So the total budget needed for the community colleges for state aid would be $304 million based upon our calculations. That's based on the current taxing structure, the options available, resulting in a two-part approach comprised of general funds and added taxes. So number one, state general fund target of 45%, 212.7 million pre-2020 budget cut. And you can see the footnote under that. And then funding strategy, two-prong approach, 91.2 million. Prong one would be imposing an ad valorem property tax in the form of some amount of mill. And then prong two, imposing a proportion of a new additional 1 or more penny sales and use tax. So that bottom line are the two-pronged considerations that we're bringing forward. And then the impact, a 1 mil statewide levy increase would generate approximately $45 million biannually. And that means if you consider an in-district only, so the funding of the districts that currently have a community college, if you added additional millage there, each mill adds $16 million biannually. And then consideration of out of district, those counties that don't currently have a community college, that would generate approximately $29 million biannually. A 1 penny sales and use tax would generate approximately $323 million biannually. Okay. To look more closely at the two options, there are a number of alternatives. And at this point, we are not making a priority recommendation. We're just looking at those alternatives and suggesting that you do the same, recognizing that our tax structure assessments are not the same across sectors. A simple increase would disproportionately burden industries paying the most property taxes. If constitutionally permissible, and if the legislature wishes to avoid this additional burden to the higher taxed entities, an increase of 3.7 mils to the residential property tax might be considered to generate the same funds. And again, that is just one of the options that we considered and we brought forward for your consideration. And then in prong 2, alternative within 1 or more penny sales and use tax, since a limited number of industries contribute disproportionately of approximately 50% of sales and use tax, if the legislature wishes to avoid additional burden to specific industries, an alternative that could be considered would be removal of sales tax exemptions, except on food, and the addition of sales tax on services as identified in the August 2020 Department of Revenue report. So again, multiple ways to look at the big picture and try to determine what might be the most feasible moving forward. And then consideration finally of the LSRA as a stopgap measure until the sustainable funding can be worked through and the measures can be enacted by the legislature. The commission asks that the legislature consider a recommendation that an appropriate amount of the LSRA be used to both stabilize community college funding during the 2020 enacted cuts, as well as some portion or all of the existing deficit. So I went through that very quickly so that we would have time to answer any questions for you. And certainly I can try to field questions, and Mr. Buchholz and Dr. Caldwell are also here. The presidents have been very, very involved in the discussion, and so they could probably also respond from their perspective.
Well, thank you for your presentation. Questions for President Freeze or for others? Co-Chairman Biba.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you know, we've seen this report before, and it's well done, of course. And I'm one that thinks we need to expand the mill levies around the state to those counties that receive the benefits but don't pay anything. But when we get back to that, we're going in the wrong direction if we don't take advantage of utilizing and not putting minerals in there. So you would exempt them, and that's part of what you've done here is exempt this. If we're really going to have true diversification of our tax structure, and we proceed in this vein to get statewide funding for our colleges, then in my opinion, you've got to exempt minerals as we move forward. And that's at 3.7 mils, and people in Wyoming need to step up and either make a decision, we're going to have a good community college system, they're going to pay for it with taxes that they would pay, or try to once again burden minerals. And if we go down the path to burden minerals, then I think this whole idea will fail. So we need to work on this. It's something, I don't know what you're thinking about, Mr. Co-Chair, whether the JAC will work on a bill, you and Senator Perkins, or what your thoughts are, but if we don't take advantage of this opportunity, we'll just go ahead and, as I said before, kick the can. But if we move forward, we definitely have to take into consideration of not further burdening our minerals that are only going to get worse. Thank you.
Okay, further comments? And just in a quick response, the community college working group is putting together a bill that will dovetail into this to some degree, and which actually does increase the mills. I think currently as drafted, it does not have language that exempts minerals, but I know that we have discussed it and that is likely a scenario. But that bill is in the process. And where it ends up and who's going to push it will be the next big question, because if it's not pushed from the right places, it won't go far. Okay,
well,
further questions?
Chairman, that should come from this committee, in my opinion. You know, revenue is not, I mean, I really think it should be a JC initiative, you know, rather than a joint education or joint revenue. So that's where my 2 cents would be, to do it that way. But I'll leave that up to you and Chairman Perkins.
Yeah, I would agree with you. That would be its most logical place where it has a most likely chance of success, if we have a consensus from the House and Senate JAC. Okay, further questions? All right, well, I think that there's no questions because it's all something that we've all given a lot of thought to. And we appreciate the fact that you formed the committee, that you kind of did the work, and we just appreciate it. All right, we've got, well, we're at 12 o'clock, but if we want to take a couple quick how do you do's from the presidents, we can take another 15 minutes to do that. So please go ahead.
This is Sandy Caldwell. If I may, I'm going to just move around so that we can make sure that we give everybody a chance. If we may, I'm going to start ladies first, and if I could have Dr. Dale. She is our new co-chair of the Educational Attainment Executive Council.
Thank you, Dr. Caldwell, and Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. This is very interesting times for all of us, and we were very purposeful in trying to combine our comments and keep them brief today. And I'm looking forward to putting together some of those details regarding Western and sharing them with you. But I do want to just share one sort of staggering reality for Western, and that is Mr. Buchholz talked about earlier the impact on local property values and how that's going to translate to revenues. And for Western, our county assessor is currently communicating with us that Western will see a $2 million loss in revenue for the next fiscal year. So coupled with the step 2 and step 3 cuts, we may be looking at about a $2.4 million deficit. So that's a big chunk, and we have already eliminated 10 vacant positions. And in January, our Board of Trustees will act upon additional positions that will be occupied. And I'm not at liberty to share that number with you, but it is larger than the number 10. So I thought I'd just give that little snapshot, and thank you all for your support. I think we all know that we've been having these conversations, and that this group knows that we are standing ready to help and turn our economy around. So thank you for your support, and thank you for the good work that you do.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could have Dr. Leslie Travers, she's the president of Eastern Wyoming.
Thank you, President Dale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
President Travis.
I would like to tell you that we've tried to keep a very strategic focus in mind, given the current economic state of Wyoming. And we know that we have to continue to prepare and think about our future and how we will invest in it. We know that the state, our community, and workforce depend upon us for new programs and services, and we must be able to respond to these needs as Wyoming rebuilds. For EWC, step 2, 10%, we were cut around $750,000. And in September, we did not fill 13 positions. 10 of those are full-time, 9 of those are full-time and 4 were part-time. We also made additional cuts by $200,000, which included academic and student services. Step 3 cuts will reduce our operating budget by 2%. We're going to increase our employee share of retirement contributions to 3.43%. We'll reduce overload and adjunct faculty budgets. We're going to reduce athletic scholarships by 15%. And we are not filling a couple of faculty positions. Cost to our students, I think that's really the thing that hits me the hardest. We have increased our meal prices, housing costs, and we've increased our fees starting fall 2021. We've also reduced subsidies for our outreach districts by 10%. So we are currently assessing our existing programs and services, and we want to really examine those programs so that the resources can maybe be reallocated to areas of strategic importance for the future growth of EWC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Travers. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if we could go to Ms. Lisa Watson. She's the interim president at Northwest College, but certainly a veteran in the colleges and a stalwart member of the administrative services before. So, Ms. Watson.
Thank you, Dr. Caldwell, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to have a few minutes to speak with you. At Northwest College, many of our community colleges have suffered some reductions over the last 6 years, but I would say from our perspective at Northwest College, we have had several rounds of reduction so far. To date, we've lost 48 people of our original 244 that we have. As part of our 10% reduction that we're planning, we've been keeping an eye towards the steps and prioritizing the work that we've done as we try to seek to minimize the loss to our personnel. First and foremost, as Dr. Travers has mentioned, and you've heard earlier, we've looked to the students' contribution as it relates to the cost of education, and we have seen through the commission and then also through our board increases in our student fees, our course fees. There's not an expenditure line as it relates to student instruction that we have not looked at very closely. Secondly, we've focused on and have continued to focus on through each of our cycles, non-personnel changes that we can make, elimination of costs that, quite frankly, perhaps we would not have chosen to do, but we've selected to do in regards to keeping personnel. Most recently, we've been focused on assessment work as it relates to instruction, which is always ongoing, but we've also put an additional eye towards support services, and we've prioritized and reduced the support services that we provide across the campus in terms of things like eliminating student health, reducing counselors, reducing our tutoring by half, different things along those lines. And of course, those decisions have an effect when it comes to student completion, retention, and graduation. And then last but not least, as we look at the academic instruction and we look at our third cycle of cuts, we start to struggle. And I'll tell you up front, you're talking to a vice president of finance here, so there's a little numbers in my game. When you start to look at the cuts that we've had so far, there is not an academic program that we've looked at from a P&L perspective that isn't associated with the loss of enrollment. There are course reductions and there are different academic programs we can choose to eliminate, but those are coming with a cost. And so we're mindful of our need to transition. We're mindful of our work to transform. And we understand that we're going to have to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps in order to move this college along. So we're committed to supporting the legislature and the work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could turn it over to Dr. Brad Tyndall. He's the president of Central Wyoming College.
Welcome, Brad.
Hello, I see that I'm trying to turn on my video, but I think I'm not in control of it. So maybe someone who is can turn it on. It says someone else needs to do it if you want to see my picture. But I will speak and maybe someone can get my picture to go. Okay, start my video. Here we go. Here I am. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, everyone. I don't want to be too redundant, so I want to just add a few things that kind of enhance kind of the picture because we're really trying to be very sensitive of your time and we're really appreciative of the good work you do. So we are one of the schools that local revenue has been down more than 30%. We're down 31.5% since 2016. Our total, we're down 14.8% from our unrestricted state aid. We're down a total of 27 positions, but that's net and not counting the good work we've really done recently with grants. So we started a MEET program with a grant funded position. We now have an ag development farm position, also grant position. So actually the numbers are more like in the upper 30s of the positions are actually down if we realize that the grant funded positions are only temporary. I want to point out that the cuts that we're having to do are usually where our loss is greatest financially, but sometimes it's just a crying shame because the impact on our economy. For example, we had to cut our environmental and health and safety program which supports the oil and gas industry. The numbers were just too low. We have an archaeological field study program that clears the land for mineral development, and we had to cut that too. One healthcare program that the state needs, but we had to cut it because we're looking at kind of the ones that aren't bringing in as much tuition revenue. We canceled our startup intensive, and that's that program that was out of Jackson, and that started over 100 small businesses. And I realize small businesses don't bring in the state tax revenue we need, but it's great for diversifying the economy. So we ended that program with this last 10% cut. And for the next cuts we're looking at, looks very painful in terms of having to look at cutting back or eliminating programs that don't give us state reimbursement. So we're talking economic and workforce development programs, our business and industry training program, which has 315 clients. And we're looking at adding about 7 or 8 more positions there. Just a couple other things to point out. Our athletics program was not cut, but we moved it since 2016 to a part-time coaching program with not enough scholarship dollars. And so it's really a starter program. And we just found out that we lost our soccer coach. And this is so typical because our coach, to be a full-time coach, you have to teach 2 teams. Otherwise, you're a part-time coach. And with not the best scholarship dollars, it's very much a starter program. So we've really scaled back athletics. We scaled back even cleanliness. We're still at what's called level 2 ordinary cleanliness by APPA standards, but we cut custodial staff by 3, and they're really hustling. We're on furlough. I have myself 10 days of furlough this year. I'm not actually taking those days off, but that helps us transition. Dr. Devine did say that we're doing different strategies in the short term versus long term. So we have all employees, everyone making over 40,000 being furloughed, different amounts. It's tiered up. The more you make, the more you get furloughed. Senator Bebout, the co-chair, mentioned about the salaries. We did lose another position, 2 positions this fall to K-12 because they do pay more. My wife, for example, teaches in K-12 in Fremont County. She would get paid $10,000 less than we offer on their pay scale and our pay scale. This is very real. So us not keeping up with our competitors or the market has been hurting us. We also increased our fees 22% this fall. So that's $10 a credit. So times are tough and you are seeing us react, but we are keeping our doors open. We launched the Bachelor of Applied Science. We have 60 new students. We're doing good work, but it's been a challenge. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So I haven't heard any numbers on attendance and also on virtual classes and how that's been transported. So if someone wants to opine on that, I think we would be interested in that information.
Mr. Chairman, we can get that information for you. I think we do have a report on that. And if I can now turn it over to Dr. Schaefer, I'd like to give him a chance to talk a little bit, and then we'll go to Dr. Trigley, and then we'll let Dr. Devine kind of bring us all home.
Okay, Joe, fire away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair. As you know, I always love the opportunity to opine. I'll tell you, I think system-wide, we're down about 9% for the fall. LCCC is down about 13%. The majority of our decrease right now is still within our high school populations, our concurrent and dual enrollment. Virtual learning and the transition has been quite effective, I think. And to the question about the expenditures of CARES dollars, we've leveraged the CARES dollars, not necessarily to help us with our operating costs, but to substantially invest in things that have improved the learning environment around distance courses, as well as our face-to-face courses in this new COVID environment. So I think that's going well, and enrollments are strong there. But we, like every other community college, it seems, in the nation right now, are struggling with enrollments. Although I think Wyoming's doing far better than what many states are. Yeah, you know, Mr. Chairman, I can share with you the numbers, and we'll provide those to you. I think Aaron Taylor will provide some during public comment later this week. I'll tell you to co-chairman's question, since 2016, LCCC has given 19 pink slips. We've had to involuntarily separate 19 individuals from positions that we've reduced between the FY16 cuts and then now the step 2, step 3 cuts. There are another 30 some positions at LCCC that have been eliminated. Those were vacant or became vacant because we took serious actions to try to find ways to create vacancies there, like incentivizing retirement and helping others find employment elsewhere. And so there's a lot of other numbers that I would love to share with you, and certainly willing to ask questions. But the big thing I'd just like to share, and I realize I'm preaching to the choir, even though we may be saying a little different tone or tenor. We know that Wyoming's future and the success of the state is going to be predicated on our ability to recruit, develop, and retain talent. It's going to be the people that are here that are going to drive our economic future. And we also know that those people are going to have to increasingly have some type of training or education beyond high school. It's essential. And so the struggle, I think, for all of us, and really the place we're at, is that we should be focusing on the future. And that means future programming, changes to the way we offer our programs, the services, the students we recruit and we retain here. And yet for the last 4 or 5 years, we've been buried in finding ways to continually manage budget reductions. And I'm not passing judgment on anybody here. I'm just saying these processes and the continual work to reduce our budgets consumes our time to the point that we're missing the opportunity for the very future. We need to be focused on new programming, new services, new opportunities. And between a pandemic and this continual budget cutting process, we're losing ground, and as a result, Wyoming's losing ground. So we have to make the tough decisions. I get it. From LCCC, we want to make them. We want to make them once, and we want to start focusing on the future. And so we've got to find ways collectively to really push to get beyond the challenges we have now, so we can actually think about developing the talent that's going to drive Wyoming's future. So thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the committee. Appreciate the work you're doing. I know it's not an easy task, but we're here to support you, and we're certainly here to be the solution for Wyoming's future.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. All right.
Next up would be Dr. Trively.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's an honor to be here, and thank you for all you do. At Northern Wyoming Community College, we removed approximately $4.22 million from the budgeted expenses for budget year 2020-2021. 16 pink slips were provided. All Division I National Junior College Athletic Association programs were ended. Our culinary arts program, hospitality program, our Energy City Voices music program in Gillette was cut. Our armed police force was cut on both campuses. The single individual that was running the event center for our Agri Park, it's an indoor rodeo arena, was also let go. And I'm probably getting more calls about that arena not being available than anything else. Those were our cuts in 2020. Combined with 2016, we've lost, and this now goes out to December 2021. We're looking at a loss of 50 positions. That being said, I want to echo my colleagues' comments, but not be redundant, and simply to say that when our neighbors are laid off in the mines, particularly, that's what's been in the news, when they're laid off from their mining jobs, they turn to community colleges. They're often either unemployed or underemployed. And they need to come into a program that's streamlined, offered when they're available, and they can get into it and out of it and back on the job. That's when Dr. Devine talks about us being accelerators. That's what we're talking about. We're the solution. We're your resource to help turn things around. So with that, I think I'll go ahead and end my comments. I certainly would stand for any questions you may have. And again, thank you for all you do. You have really challenging jobs, and I admire you for not kicking the can down the road and taking this on face on.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Okay, someone gonna bring us home, I guess.
Yes, I think it's going to be Dr. Devine. He got to open it up for the presidents, and he can button it up.
Yes, Chair Nicholas, Co-Chair Bebel. I am very cognizant of the fact that I am standing between you and a potential lunch break. So I will leave the Casper College particulars to our update that we're going to send you next week, and we'll leave you with these concluding comments as my very learned colleagues have put forth. Not a single one of us envies the job you have in front of us, in front of you. We appreciate all the hard work you do, and please know that we stand ready to help be part of your solution.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Okay, committee, any further questions? Seeing none. Don, any thing we need to talk about before we break for lunch?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, if we could ask you to log off your Zoom over lunch, we're going to do some upgrades, and you can click on the same link that you clicked on this morning to reconvene at your appointed time.
Oh, Don, I think we'll reconvene at, let's take a 45-minute break. Will that give you time?
Yes.
So we'll come back at, what's that, 1:10? 1:10. All right. Thanks, everybody.